Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build a full stack chat app using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. This will be a real-time chat application. It means when we send a message to another user, they will instantly receive the message without reloading the application. For creating this real-time messaging feature, we will use socket.io. It is a free and open source library that enables real-time bidirectional communication between client app and server. It also helps us in updating the user's online and offline status whenever user log in or log out. Before we start coding, let's take a look at the project demo. Once you will open this chat app, you will see this login screen or sign up screen. So here we have the sign up form. Using that, you can create an account. You need to enter the name, email and password. And I already have an account. I'll go to this login form. Here we will add the email ID and we will add the password. And we can easily log in this application. After login, you will see this screen, and in the left side, you will see the list of users. And in the right side, we have this chat icon because we have not selected any user. So let's select any user. So after that, you will see a chat box, and in the right side, you will see the user's profile image, then name, bio and media. In this media, it will display the list of images that is sent in this chat. Here we have the text area where we can add the messages and send using this send icon. And here we have the icon. Using that, we can send the images also. And here we have the input field from where we can search for any user. So let me search for William. You can see we can use this search bar for searching the users. So we have logged in using one account. Now let me log in with another account in a new tab. So let's open a new browser window, and here I'll log in with my another account. Let's add test2@gmail.com and then we'll add the password and let's log in. After login, you can see here we have a user GreatStack which is online. Let me refresh it. There is no selected user, and in this users list we have the GreatStack which is online. And if I come back here, in the previous window you can see this John is online. Here you can see this online text, then this green dot and green dot. It means this user is online. Now whenever I'll send the message, it will be instantly delivered to another user. So let's try to send a message. Here in this input field, I'll type, "Hey, how is your day going so far?" and click on this send icon. You can see this message is sent here, and instantly I'll come back to the second tab, and in this one you can see for this GreatStack, here we have a text called 1. It means we have a new unseen message, correct? And whenever we'll open this chat box, this unseen message will be 0. It means we have already seen the message. Let's open this chat box, and now this unseen message is 0, and here we have the message, right? Now let's reply to this message. I'll write this reply text, just working and trying to stay productive, and send this message. You can see this message is sent, and if I come back to the previous window, you can see we have received this message instantly. Now in this chat box, we can send the images also. I'll click on this image icon, and from here we can choose any image. Let me choose this image, click open. So this image will be sent. You can see this image has been sent, and let's come back to the another user. You can see here also we have received this image in the chat box. So this is a fully functional chat application, and we can receive the messages in real time. And from here we can open the profile page. Let's open this edit profile, and from here we can upload a new profile image. We can write the name and bio text, and we can update the profile, and our own profile image will be displayed here. And now let's come back to the home page. So this was the project demo. After building this full stack chat app, we will deploy it online for free using vercel, so that anyone can see this web app and chat with other users. You can follow along with this video to build a full stack chat app, but if you are absolute beginner in Node.js, then I will recommend you to check out my dedicated tutorial about Node.js and Express.js with MongoDB. I will provide the link in the description. So if you are also excited to build your own chat app, just write down "I am going to build this chat app" in the comment box. Once you complete this project, I will recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our chat application, we will come back to the desktop screen, and here let's create a new folder that will be our project folder, and write the folder name chat app. Here we have created this chat app folder. Now we will open this folder with VS Code editor. Now our folder is open in VS Code, and here we will open the terminal and select new terminal. Now in this terminal you can see we are in the chat app directory, right? And here we have to create our React project, and to create this React project we will use Vite package. So here we will use the command npm create Vite at latest. So you can see the command npm create Vite at latest. Press enter. Here we will press 5 and enter. After that it is asking for the project name. So here we will add the project name client, because we are creating the front end of our project. So here we have added client. After that just press enter. After that here we will select this React from this list. Now in this list we will select JavaScript. So now you can see here we have two commands, cd client, that will navigate us to the client directory. So let's add this cd client. So now you can see the path, we are in the client directory. So here we have to install the dependencies. For that we will add npm install. So let's add this command npm install here. Press enter. So it will install the dependencies for this React project. So you can see the dependencies has been installed. Here we will add one more dependency, that is React router DOM, because we will create multiple pages in this project, and for creating multiple pages we have to create the routes. So here we will add the new package, that is React router DOM. So just add npm install and the package name React router DOM. You can see this command here, npm install React router DOM. Now we will press enter. So it will install this React router DOM package. After that we can start the project using npm run dev. So let's write npm run dev. Press enter. So it will start our React project. So you can see our React project has been started, and here we have the project live link. So let me open this link, that is localhost 5173. I'll open this link in web browser. So now you can see this is the basic Vite plus React project. After that we have to clear this project. So we will come back to the VS Code, and let me hide this terminal. Now in this client folder you can see here we have this package.json that contains all the information about our project, and here we have the dependencies where you can see React, React DOM and React router DOM. Right? Now to clear this project we will open this src, and here we have this app.css. Let's delete this file. It has been deleted. After that we will open this app.jsx. We will open this, and here we will clear this file. Right? And after that here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. If this RAFCE snippet is not working for you, then you need to install one extension. Let me show you that. you can see I have already installed this ES7 React Redux extension. Using this extension, you can easily use the RAFCE shortcut to create the component structure. After that, let's come to this index.css file and we will clear this file also. Next, we will open this main.jsx. Here we will not do anything right now. We'll go to this index.html and here we will update our website title. So here we have the title tag. So in this one we will add the title, that is quick chat and GreatStack. This quick chat is the project name and the GreatStack is our channel name. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. Now you can see our project is clear and here at the top you can see we have the title, that is quick chat GreatStack. After that, we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. For that, let's open new tab and search for Vite plus Tailwind. So here you can see this link, installing Tailwind CSS with Vite. Let's open it and here we have the steps to install Tailwind CSS in our React project. So here you can see the steps. This is the first step. Install Tailwind CSS, right? So just copy this and we will come back here in our VS Code and let's open the terminal. So our project is running, so first we have to stop this project. So here let's add Ctrl C and yes. After that, let's paste this command to install the Tailwind CSS. So it is installing the Tailwind CSS in our project. It has been installed. After that, let's come here and see the next step. So in the next step, you can see we have to import this Tailwind CSS/Vite in the Vite config file. And we have to add this Tailwind CSS method in this plugins. So let's copy this import statement first. And we will open VS Code and open this Vite config.js. Here in this one, let's add this import statement, that is import Tailwind CSS from Tailwind CSS/Vite. After that, from here we will copy this Tailwind CSS and let's add it here in this array. So here we will add comma and provide this Tailwind CSS. That's it. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to import this Tailwind CSS in the CSS file. So let's copy this import statement and we will come back here in this VS Code. And here let's open our CSS file, that is index.css, and here we will paste this import statement like this. After that, let's see the next step. So our next step is to add this npm run dev that will directly start our project. So we have added all the configurations and import statement for using Tailwind. So let's start the project. So let's open the terminal and here we will add npm run dev. So it will again start the project. So now we can use the Tailwind classes in our project. After adding this Tailwind CSS, we will also add custom font. And for adding the font, we will use Google Fonts. So let's open the web browser and here we will search for Google Fonts. Let's open this website fonts.google.com. Here we will search for the font name, that is outfit. Let's search it and after that here we will get this outfit font. In the right side we have this button get font. Let's click here and after that we'll click on this get embed code. Then we will click on this import button and here we have this import statement. So just copy this one and we will come back to the VS Code. And in this index.css file, let's add a space at the top and here we will paste this import statement that will import the Google Fonts. Now we have to use this font for entire web page. So here we'll add star that will select all the HTML elements, and in this one we'll add the font family. So let's come here, and here you can see this font family outfit. Let's copy this line and paste it here. That's it. So now we have the support of outfit font on entire web page. Now for our application we will hide the scroll bar, that is vertical scroll bar, right? So to hide it, here we'll add colon WebKit scroll bar, and here we'll add display none. That's it. Now let me hide this terminal. After adding it, we have the support of Google font, and now we will add the assets in our project so that we can add the icons and other data. So if I come back to the desktop screen, here we have this folder, and in this folder you can see I have some images, icons, and one assets.js file. You can find the download link for this folder in the video description. So let me just copy everything from here, and after that we will open our project folder, and in this project folder let's open this client folder. Then we will open src, and in this src we already have a assets folder. So let's open it, and in this assets folder we will paste all the icons and images. That's it. After that, in this images list we have one favicon.svg file. So let's copy this favicon.svg file and come back in the src folder, then come to this client folder, and in this client folder we have public folder. Let's open it, and here we will paste this favicon.svg file like this. After that, let's come to VS Code. Now in this one we will open this index.html file, and in this index.html file here you can see we have this wheat.svg. So instead of this wheat.svg we will add our file name, that is favicon.svg, like this. Save the changes, and after that if I come back to the web browser, open our project. So here you can see the favicon icon has been updated. Here we have added a chat icon in the favicon. It looks good. After that we will create the folder structure for our project. So in the left side you can see we have the chat app project, and in this one we have created the client folder, and in this client folder we are creating the front end of our project, right? So in this one here we have the src folder. So in this src folder let's create a new folder called components, where we will create all the components for our application. So we have created a components folder. After that here we will create a new folder in this src, that is lib or library. So here we'll add some useful library for our project, and after that here we'll create a new folder. So in this src let's create a new folder called pages, where we'll create different pages for our project. So we have created components, lib, and pages. Now in this pages folder we will create different files like home page, login page, and profile page. So let me create the pages one by one. So in this pages folder, first let's create the first file, that is homepage.jsx. Make sure to use the file name like this. Your file name should start with capital letter. Here we have added homepage.jsx, that is our homepage. And here let's add the snippet rafce and create the folder structure. And in this one I'll add one title, that is homepage, like this. Now let's create another page. So in this pages folder we will create a new file with the name login page. So write login page.jsx. Let's add RAFCE. And here we'll add the title login page. Now let's create new page. So we'll create a new file with the name profile page.jsx. Again, create the component structure using RAFCE, and here we'll add one title profile page. So we have created different pages, and here you can see we have already added the assets. In this folder you can see we have all the icons and images and one assets.js file. And if I open this assets.js file, you can see in this one we have already imported all the images using this import statements. Then we have created one assets object where we have added all the imported images so that we can easily access the images using this object. Right? We can simply add the object, that is assets dot and file name like logo, logo icon, logo big, like that. Simply use assets.logo and we'll get the logo. And after that we have some other data like images dummy data, and this is one array where we have added all the images. Then we have the user dummy data that we will use to display user details on our front end. Then we have the messages dummy data. We will use this dummy data to display the dummy messages on our front end. After that, let's come here in this main.jsx file, and in this one we have to add the routers so that we can create multiple pages and we can enable the routing. So in this main.jsx, first we have to import the browser router from React router DOM. So here let's add import statement. We will add curly braces and we will add browser router. And let's import this browser router from React router DOM package. Now we will use the browser router tag. So instead of this strict mode, we will add this browser router opening tag and closing tag. So you can see we have wrapped this app component using this browser router tag. After that, from here we can remove this strict mode import. Let's remove it. So now we have wrapped our app component using browser router. Now we will open this app component. So let's open app.jsx file, and in this one we will create the routing. So here we have a div, and in this div let's add the routes tag. So we will add routes and click here, so it will get imported from this React router DOM package. So you can see routes has been imported. Now just close this tag like this. So we have the routes opening tag and closing tag. Now within this we will add the route tag. So just add opening arrow, route, and click here. So you can see the route tag has been imported from React router DOM, and it will be self-closing. So here we'll add closing tag like this. So we have created a single route tag. Now for this one we have to add the path. So first we'll add the home path, that is slash. Now whenever we'll open the home page, then we will display this home page component, right, that we have created in this pages folder. So here we have to add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces, and we will mount the home page component here. So just add this home page, just click here. So this home page has been imported from pages folder and home page. Now just close this tag like this. So whenever we will open the home path, it will display this home page component. Now just duplicate this route, correct? And next we will add the path here, that is slash login. So whenever we will go to login path or login route, then we have to display the login page. So here we'll add login page, just click here. So you can see login page has been imported. Now in the third one we will add /profile. So this is the profile route, and here we'll add this profile page. Let's click here. So the profile page has been imported. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back to the web browser. So when we are at the home page, you can see the text home page. Now let's change this route. So in this URL, if I type /login, so now you can see the text here, that is login page. Now if I change the route, here we'll add profile. Now you can see the text here, profile page. Correct? And again, if I go to /, that's it. Then it will display this home page. So our routes are perfectly working. Now we will add the background image on this home page. So we will come back here, and here we have this app component. We will add the background image that will be displayed on entire application. So we have to add the background image in this app component so that it will be displayed on entire application. So here we have a div. So in this div, we will add the class name, and here we can use the Tailwind classes. So to add the Tailwind classes, we will add bg dash, and here we can add the any color code, like we'll add gray 500, save the changes. So you can see we have this gray color here, right? So instead of this color code, we will use the image. So here we'll add bg dash, then we will add this square bracket, right? And in this we will add the URL, and here in this URL we'll add parenthesis, and then we'll add quote, and here we have to add the path of our background image. So we have added the images in the assets folder, so just add ./src. After that we will add /assets. Then we'll add the file name, that is bgimage.svg. You can see we are using this single quote inside the single quote. So let me change one of it. So here we'll add the double quote, and here also. Now it will work. Now in this one we'll add one more CSS. So we'll add the Tailwind classes, that is bg and contain. Like this. Save the changes, and we will come back here. So now you can see here we have a background image, and over that we have this text, that is home page, that is written in the black color right now. That's why it is not visible, and if I highlight it, it is visible, right? Now we have to add the components for our home page. Before creating the component, let me first come to this homepage.jsx file, and here we will add the height for this file. So here let me remove this title, and here we have a div. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the border. After that we'll add the width full and height a screen. Then we'll add the padding for different screen size. So we have added this padding. After adding it, if I come back to the web page, so here you can see this image on entire web page, right? Now we will create different components like sidebar, chat container, and right sidebar. In the left sidebar, we will display the users list and the user profile image. In the second column, we will display the chat, like when we will chat with other user, that will be displayed in the second column, and in the right column we will display the user's profile and uploaded images. So before creating the component, let me show you the Figma design. So in this design you can see we have created the UI design of our chat application, and this is the home page. And in this home page you can see we have three columns. In the first column we have the user's profile image, name and online status. In the second column we have the chat box, and in the third column we have the profile image, name and uploaded images and logout button. So we will create these three columns and we'll create three different components. So to create these components, we will come back to the VS Code, and here let's open this sidebar, and here we will come to this components folder, and in this components folder let's create our first component. So let's create a new file with the name chatcontainer.jsx. So this is the first component. Here we'll add RAFCE, and here let's add the text, that is chat container. Now we'll create the next component. So here we'll create a new file with the name writesidebar.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE snippet and add the text here in H1. So this is the right sidebar. Now we'll create new file. So here we'll create a new file in this components folder and write the file name sidebar.jsx. And here let's add RAFCE, and here we'll add the text sidebar. Now we have created three components and we have added the dummy text in each component. After that we will mount all these three components in the home page. So let's open our home page. Here we have this home page. So in this one, let's create a div so that we can create different columns. And in this div, we will add the grid layout. And first we will mount the sidebar component. So here we'll add sidebar. Let's click here. So the sidebar has been imported. Now we will mount the chat container. We'll click here. So the chat container has been mounted. And after that, we will mount the right sidebar. So here, let's add right sidebar, and we have mounted all three components. After adding it, if I come back to the web page and let's open it, here it should display. Here you can see here we have these text that is in the black color, that's why it is not visible. So right now it is aligned vertically, so we have to align all the components side by side using the grid layout. Here we have the sidebar, chat container and right sidebar. So we will align it side by side. So let's come back, and here in this div we will add the class name property, and here we'll add these Tailwind classes. After that, here we will add one state variable. So before this return statement, let's create one state variable with the name selected user, and the setter function name is set selected user equal to, let's add the use state and initialize it with false. So by default this selected user is false. So whenever this selected user is false, then we will display only two components. If I come back to the Figma design, you can see here we have the three column. So when the user is not selected, then we will display the design like this. There will be sidebar and this chat box, and this chat box contains a chat icon. That's it. And when we will select any user from this list, then only it will display this three column, right? So we have to add the CSS using the variable. We have created this state variable, so we will use it here in this div. So here let's add the curly braces, and instead of this quote we will add the backticks so that we can add the template literal. So we have added the backticks. Now here we'll insert the variable using this $, curly braces, and we'll add this selected user. So whenever the selected user is available, when it is true, in that case we have to display three columns. So here we'll add quote, and in this one we'll add grid column for different screens. So we have added it here, and after that here we'll add colon, and here we'll add quote, and in this one we'll add greet column 2. It means whenever the user is not selected, then we will display only 2 columns like this. After adding it, if I come back to the web page, here you can see we have this chat container right here, and here we have this sidebar, correct? And here we have this right sidebar. It is going in the bottom, but we will hide it whenever the user is not selected. We will do it in the sidebar component only. So right now let's design the sidebar component. So we will come back here in this sidebar.jsx file. In this one we will get some data from the props. So here in this parenthesis we will add curly braces, and we will add the selected user, and the setter function set selected user. We will get it from the props. Now in this div we will add the another div, and here we have to add the padding. So just add the class name and provide the padding from bottom. So just add the class name and padding bottom. Now within this div we have to add the logo, and we will add the menu icon. So here let's add a div, and in this div let's add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Next we will add the logo. So just add the img tag, and in this image we will add the src, and in this src just add curly braces and assets. Assets recommendation is not coming, so we will open this file, and after that come back here, and after that if I write assets, we are getting the recommendation. Just click here, so the assets has been imported. Now from this assets we can easily access any image. So just add the logo. So we have added the logo file here. After that we'll add the alt tag, that is logo, and next we'll add the class name in this logo. So here we'll add the maximum width of 40. After that here we'll add a div, and within this div we will add the menu icon, and after that we will add the text like edit profile and logout when we move cursor over the menu icon. So here let's add the classes in this div. So we will add the class name property and provide relative and padding y and group. Now in this one we will add the image tag, or let me duplicate this here, just copy and paste it here, and in this image let's add the menu icon, right? And after that here we'll add the classes. So in this one we'll add the class name, max height 5 and cursor pointer, and in this alt property we will add menu. So we have added the image. After that we will add one div that contains the sub menu items. So in this one we will add the text in p tag, and the text is edit profile. After that here we'll add one horizontal line. So we'll add the hr tag, and in this one we'll add some Tailwind classes. So we have added this hr tag and provided these classes. After that we'll add the text in p tag, where we'll add the text called logout, and here we'll add the Tailwind classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now here we have the menu item, that is edit profile. So in this one also we have to add the class name property and provide cursor pointer text small, correct? Now when we click on this edit profile, it should open a new page. For that we will use the use navigate. So before this returned, let's add const, and in this one we will add this navigate. We will get this navigate from use navigate hook. So we will just click here. So use navigate has been imported from React router DOM, right? So now we have this navigate and we can use it here. So in this p tag, we'll add the onClick property so that when we click on this edit profile, it will open a new page. So in this one, we'll add one arrow function, and here we will call this navigate, and in this one we have to add the path, that is /profile, like this. Now let me add the CSS properties for this div, where we have added the sub menu items, right? So here in this div, let's add the class name and provide these classes. You can see we have added these Tailwind classes in this div that contains the sub menu items, right? And let's add the CSS for this div also, that is the very parent div. So in this one, we'll add the class name, and here first we'll add curly braces, then we will add the backticks so that we can insert the template literal, and here we will add these Tailwind classes, right? And after that we have to add the variable, so just add $ curly braces, and we will add the selected user, and when the selected user is true, then we will add max medium hidden, and after that we will add empty string. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this logo, and in the right side we have this menu icon, and when we hover on this icon, we have the edit profile and logout option, right? After that, let's see this Figma design. Here we have to create this search box, where you can see the search icon and input field with the text search here. To create it, we will come back to the VS Code. Here you can see this div that contains the class name flex justify between, that contains the logo and menu items. So after closing of this div, here we will create another div, and in this one we will add the search icon and input field. So here let's add one image, and in this image src we will add curly braces assets, and from this assets we will get the search icon. After that we'll add the alt text, that is search, and now in this one we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the width 3. After that we have to add one input field, so just add the input. The type will be text, and next we'll add the classes here. So here we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add these Tailwind classes, where we have added background transparent, border outline none, and then we have added text white, text extra small, and placeholder color, then flex 1, so it will use the entire width. And after that we'll add the placeholder text, so just add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we'll add search user, like this. So we have added the icon and input field. Now let's add the CSS properties for this div that contains both icon and input field. So we'll add the class name property here, and in this one let's add the background, then we'll add rounded full. After that we'll add the flex and item center and provide the gap. Next we'll add the padding from y-axis, x-axis, and margin from top. So we have added this padding and margin here. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this search box, where you can see the text, search user, and this search icon. Next we have to display the user details like this. We will display the user profile icon, name, and the online or offline status. And in the right side we have to display a number if there is a new message for that particular user. Here we have added 2, it means this user has received a 2 new message. Here we have added 4, it means the user has 4 unread message. So to create this, let's come back to the VS Code. And after closing off this div, here we have another div, right? So after closing off this another div, here let's add a space, and in this one we will add a div where we will display all the user profile. So here just add the class name where we will add flex and flex column. And after that, here we will display the user from the assets file. In the assets, we have already added the user dummy data, right? So to get it, just add curly braces, user dummy data. Let's click here. So you can see the user dummy data has been imported from the assets folder and assets file. Now we have the user dummy data, that is an array. So here we can use the map method. So just add the map, and in this one we will add the user, and after that we'll add the index. So we will get the individual user and index. So here we have to add one arrow function first. So let's add this arrow function. So we will get the user and index like this. After that, here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div. So we will add this div tag. So this arrow function will return a div. Now in this one we have to add the user's profile image. So first we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will add curly braces. We will use this user that we are getting from the parameter, right? And after that, here we will add question mark dot profile pic. So when the user is available, then we will display their profile pic here. And if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator, and here we'll add the assets dot avatar icon. So we have added the image tag. Now in this image we have to add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the width, aspect ratio, and rounded full, so that it will be a circle. So we have added the width, aspect ratio 1 and 1, so it will be a square, and then we have added rounded full, so it will be a circle. After that, we have to display the user's full name. So to display that, we will add a div, because in this div we will group the user's name, and after that we will add the online and offline status. So here we have added a div, and let's add the CSS for this div. So first we will add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Now in this one, let's add the p tag, curly braces, and here let's add this user. Then we'll add dot full name. After that, here we'll add curly braces, and here we will check if the index is less than 3. Then we will add the question mark, and here we'll add the span tag, and in this span we will add online like this. And after that, here we'll add colon, and we'll add the span tag, and in this one we'll add the text offline. So this is the static data. So in this one, for some user we have added online, and for someone we have added offline. After that, here we will add the classes. So in this span tag we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, and let's provide the Tailwind classes for this span also, and here we have added these classes, right? Now after closing of this div that contains this full name and this online and offline status, here we'll add curly braces, and we'll check for the index, and if the index is greater than 2, then only we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add curly braces and provide index. So it will add the index number here. And after that, here we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide the Tailwind classes here. So in this p tag, we have added these Tailwind classes. So it will display a small circle, and in that one we'll get any number, right? And here we have one div, that is the parent div, to display the user profile data. So in this one we will add the class name property, and here we'll add the classes. So here just add curly braces and we will add the backticks. And in this one we will add these Tailwind classes. You can see we have added these classes. After that we have to insert the variable, so just add $sign curly braces. And in this one let's add the selected user, then question mark, then ._id. So when the selected user is true, then we will check the ID, and if the ID is equal to this user ._id, right? In that case we will add the AND operator, and here we will add the extra class name. So just add this quote, and in this one we'll add the background color. So we will add PG and this color code /50. So we have added the ternary operator and provided this class. So here we have added the template literal and provided this class using this AND operator. After adding it, we have to add the onClick also, and we have to add the key in this div, because in this arrow function we are returning this div. So in this div we will add the key property, and in this key we will just add the index. And after that here we will add the onClick also. So let me add the space here, and we will add onClick, so that when we click here we can select the user. So here we will add one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add curly braces and just add the setter function set selected user, and in this one we will add this user. So when we click here we can select the user. After that save the changes, and we will come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have this users details, and for first 3 users we have added the status online, and for remaining we have added the status offline. And in the remaining 2 we have added this number also, like 3 and 4. Correct? After adding it, we have to create the chat container, and we'll create the right sidebar also. But before that, let me click here on anyone. So I'll click here. So it should update the selected user. But if I click here, the selected user is not working. So first we have to pass the props where we have mounted this component. So we will come back here. So let's come back to this homepage.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have mounted this sidebar component. So in this sidebar component we have to pass the props. So here we will add selected user equal to selected user. Then we will pass the setter function set selected user, and it will be set selected user, like this. We will pass the same props in other component also, that is chat container and right sidebar. So let me just copy it and provide it here, like this. So we have added this props in the sidebar, chat container and right sidebar. After that save the changes and come here. We will click here. So you can see now it will display the 3 columns. That's why you can see one text here, right sidebar, and here we have the chat container, and in the left side we have this sidebar. So total we have 3 columns now, that is left, then this middle, and then this right. And if I refresh it, by default the selected user will be false, then we have only 2 columns, right? After that let's create a new component, that is this chat container. We have already created this component file. We will add the design here. So let me see the Figma design first. So in this Figma design, you can see we have to create this header first, where we'll add the user's profile image, text, then we'll add this info icon, then we'll display the chat data with chat text and user image and time. And at the bottom, we will display this input field, then this image icon and this send icon. So to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. And here we will open this chat container.jsx file. In this one, we have added this title. So let me remove it. And here, let's add a div. So in this div, we will add the header content, that is user profile image, name and info icon. So here in this div, we will add some CSS properties. So just add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes. Now in this one, first we have to add the user's image. So just add the img tag. And in this image tag, we will add src. Then we will provide curly braces assets dot, we will add the profile Martin, and after that we'll add the classes here. So here we'll add the class name property and provide width and rounded full. After that we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the user's name. So here we'll add the name, that is Martin Johnson, and after that we will add a small green dot. So let me add the space here like this, and here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag, we will simply add a class name. So just add the class name property and provide width, height, rounded full and background green like this. And after that, here we have the p tag where we have added the name and this icon. So just add the class name property here, and in this one we will add these Tailwind classes. Here we have added flex1, text large, text white, then flex, item center and gap 2. After that, in the right side we will display the info icon, and we will also add one arrow icon. So here, after closing of this p tag, let's add one image, and in this one we will add src curly braces assets dot arrow icon, and after that in this one we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we will add the medium hidden and max width 7. After that, here we'll add the on-click property also. So in this one, let's add on-click, and here we will provide the arrow function, and here we will add the set selected user null. So first we have to get this set selected user from the props. So in this parameter, we will add curly braces and we will get the selected user and set selected user. We will destructure it here. After that, we can call this function here, that is set selected user, and let's add null like this. And after that, we have to add one info icon. So here we'll add the image tag, and here we'll add the assets. So just add curly braces assets dot help icon, and after that we'll add the class name property where we'll add the max md hidden and max width 5 like this. Now let's add the CSS properties for the first div, that is here. So just add the class name, and in this one we will add these Tailwind classes, that is width full, overflow scroll, relative and backdrop blurred large. Now this div will be rendered whenever the selected user is true. So here, after this return keyword, we will add the selected user and let's add question mark. So when the selected user is true, then this div will be displayed, right? And when it is false, so in that case, here after closing of this parenthesis, we'll add colon, and here we'll add another parenthesis like this. And in this one, we will return another div. So whenever the selected user is false, in that case, we will simply display a logo and we will add a message. So we will add the image here, where we will add curly braces assets dot logo icon. And after that, we will add the class name property, where we will add the max width 16. Next, we will add the text here. So just add the p tag, and here we will add the text chat anytime, anywhere. Then we will add the class name property here, and here we will add the Tailwind classes. So we have added text large, font medium, and text white. Now we'll add the CSS for this div also. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have provided these Tailwind classes. Correct? After adding it, let's save the changes and we will come back to the web page. Let's come here. So here in the right side, you can see we have this chat anytime, anywhere, and this icon, that is the chat icon. And if I click on any user, so the selected user will be true. Let's click here. So you can see after clicking here, we are getting this user profile image and name and this dot, and in the right side we have this help icon, right? And here we have the third column that will display the right sidebar. Correct? After that, let's come back here. Here we will scroll up and you can see this is the first div. Then we have created this div where we have added the user's image, name, and icons. So this is the header part for this chat container. So let me add the comment here so that we can read the code easily. Here we have added header. Right? Now after closing of it, here we'll add the code for the chat. So let me add the comment here, that is chat area. And here we will add the div where we will add the chat details. So here we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add these Tailwind classes. And in this one, we will display the chat data from our dummy data stored in the assets file. So to get it, we'll add curly braces and we'll add messages dummy data. Let's click here. So the messages dummy data has been imported from the assets. Now in this one we will add map, and in this map we will add the arrow function. So let's add the arrow function, and in this arrow function let's add this parenthesis, and here we will return a div. So let's add this div. Right? Now in this function parameter, we will get the individual message and index number. So we have this parameter. After that, here in this div, we have to add the key property where we will add index like this. After that, in this div, let's add the class name. So here we will add the class name, and let's add curly braces and backticks. Now in this one, we will add these Tailwind classes, and after that we will add $, curly braces, and in this one we will add the message dot sender ID, and here we will add the sender ID is not equal to, and here we will add the sender ID, and let me add one ID here. So we have added any ID. And after that, here we'll add the AND operator, and then we'll add quote, And in this one, let's add flex row reverse like this. After that, we have to display the image. So again, we'll add the curly braces, and here we'll add the message dot image question mark if the image is available. So here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will display one image. So just add the image tag, and here let's add curly braces assets dot image like this. And if this image is not available, so here we will add colon and again add this p tag, but we will add this parenthesis, then we will add the p tag. Now in this p tag we will add the curly braces, we will add the message dot text like this. And now let's add the CSS properties here in this image. So in this image we will add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Here instead of this assets we have to add the message. So we will get the image from the message, right? And after this image, let's add the CSS properties for this p tag. So we'll add the class name property here, and in this one we'll add curly braces and then add the backticks. So here we will add these Tailwind classes. Then we will insert the classes using the template literal. So just add $ curly braces, and here we will again add this message dot sender ID is equal to this ID. And if it is true, so just add the question mark, and we will add the class name in this single quote. And if it is false, then we will add the colon, and here we will add single quote, and in this one we will add rounded BL none. That's it. After adding it, let's come here, and after closing of this curly braces, we will add one div. And in this div, let's add the Tailwind classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now in this one, we will add the image, and in this image, we will add curly braces, and here we will add this message.senderID is equal to this ID. If it is true, in that case, just add the assets dot avatar icon, and if it is false, then we'll add assets dot profile icon or profile Martin like this. After that, here we will add class name, and here we will add the width, and we will also add the rounded full like this. Next, we have to display the time when this message was sent. So here we'll add the p tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces, and then we'll add this message dot created at, and after that here we will add the class name property, and in this class name property we will add text gray 500, that is the text color. So after adding this message dot created at, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this user's image, then we have this message, and in the right side we have the sender's image and their message. And right now you can see this time is very long. Here we have the date and time also. So from here we will extract the hours and minutes. For that we will create one function, and we have to scroll this area whenever we get a new message. So it will display the latest message at the bottom. So let's come here, and to scroll it, here we'll come to this closing div. You can see this closing div is for this chat area. So just before this closing div, we will add another div. Remove this space from here. So here we have added one div, and in this one we have to create the reference. So just add the reference, and in this reference simply add any reference name, that is scroll end, right? Because we have to scroll the web page till this div. So now we have to create this reference using useRef. So let's scroll up, and here before this return statement, let's add a space, and here we will add const scroll end equal to useRef. So you can see useRef has been imported from React package. After that we'll add the use effect. Now in this use effect we will add the arrow function, and in this use effect we will add the dependency array, that is the empty array. Now here we will add the if statement. So let's add the if statement, and we will check the scroll end dot current is true. So in that case we will add this scroll end dot current dot scroll into view. So we will add scroll into view, and here we will add parentheses and add the curly braces, where we will add behavior smooth. So it will smoothly scroll the web page till this div, that is scroll end, right? After that we have to convert the time, right? To convert this time we will create a separate function. So to create that function, let's come to this sidebar, and here we have created one lib folder, and in this lib folder we will create a new file, that is utils. So we have created utils.js, where we will create a utility function. So here we will create a function with the name format message and time, or we'll add format message time. So we will create and export this function from here. So simply add export function format message time and create the function here, and in this function parameter we will get the date, like created at, right? And after that here we will add the return statement, and in this one we will return a new date. So just add new, we will add the date, and here we will add this date that we will get from the parameter. After that we'll add two local time string. Here we have two local time string, and in this one we will add quotes and provide en-us. After that we'll add the comma and add curly braces, and here we'll add hours 2 digit, then we'll add minute 2 digits, and then we'll add hours 12 false. After adding it, let's come back here in our chat container, and here we have simply added this message dot created at. So here we will pass it through function. So here let's add a space, and we'll call the function format message time. So you can see the format message time has been imported from library and utils file. After that, let's add parentheses, and in this one we will pass this as a argument like this. So now it will return the hours and minutes. So after adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. Now let me choose any user. So after that you can see here we have the user's profile image, then we have the time, then we have the message, and in the right side we have the sender's profile image, time and message, right? And here we have added the text also and image also. So after creating this chat area, we will create the bottom area where we will display the input field to type the message, and we will also add the send icon. Let me show you in the Figma design. Here you can see we have the input field, then this image icon, then this send icon. So we will create this bottom area. But before that, let me add the CSS properties for this parent div that contains this chat area. So now we will create this bottom area. So let's come back to the VS Code. And after closing of this chat area div, here we will add the space. And here let's add the comment first. So we will add the comment bottom area, and here we will add a div. Right now in this div, let's add some classes. So we will add the class name property here and provide these Tailwind classes. Now within this div we will create another div. So this div will contain the input field. So just add the input, and input type will be text. And after that we'll add the placeholder. So the placeholder will be send a message. After this input field, we will add another input type, and the input type will be file, so that we can upload the image by clicking on this input field. And here we will add the ID. So the ID will be image. And after that, here we will add the accept property. So it will accept the PNG and JPG image. So let me add the image formats here in this accept. After that, here we will add the hidden. So this field will be hidden. And after that, we'll add the label tag. And when we click on that label tag, then it will ask us to choose a file, right? So we'll add the label tag here. And in this label HTML4, we will add this ID, that is image, like this, so that when we click on this label, it will open the window to choose a file. Now in this label tag, we have to add the image select icon. So just add the image tag, then we'll add the src and curly braces, then we'll add the assets, and from the assets we will get gallery icon. And after that we have to add the classes here. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes: width, margin right, and cursor pointer. So here we have created this div that contains the input field, and in this input field we can type the message, and then we have the input field to upload the image. And after closing of this div, here we will add another image. So just add the image tag, and in this image src, let's add assets dot send button. And after that, here we will add the Tailwind classes. So we have added class name property and provided width and cursor pointer, like this. Now let me add the CSS properties for this input field where we can enter the message. So here in this one, let's add the class name property, and let me move it in the next line. So we have added the class name property, and here we will add the classes. So we will add flex1, so it will use the entire space available in the row. Then we have added text small, padding, border none, rounded large, outline none, then text white, and placeholder gray 400. Right now here we have a div that contains this input field and this label. So in this div also we have to add the class name. So just add the class name property, and here in this one we will add flex1. Then we have added flex item center, background gray 100 by 12, then padding x, and rounded full. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So now you can see here at the bottom we have this input field where we can type the message: hello, how are you? And after that, here we have the gallery icon. When we click on this gallery icon, it will open a window like this, from where we can choose any image and we can upload the image. And after that, we have this send icon. Using that, we can send the messages. and we can scroll this chat area like this. And by default it will be scrolled at the bottom so that we can see the latest message, and the latest messages are displayed at the bottom. Right, so we have completed our chat container, that is the second column. Now let's complete our third column, that is right sidebar. To create this right sidebar, we will come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar we will open this right sidebar.jsx file. Now here we have added this title, so just remove this title, and here we will destructure the selected user from the props. So here in this parameter we will destructure the selected user that we will get from the props. Now when the selected user is true, then only we will return this div. So for that, here we'll add return, and after this return we will add selected user, and then we'll add the AND operator. So whenever the selected user is true, then only this div will be displayed. Now here let's add another div. So in this div we will add the first part that contains the user's image, name and bio. So to display the user's image, we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will add curly braces, and we will add this selected user question mark dot, then we will add the profile pic. So it will display the profile picture of the selected user, and if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator, and here we'll add the assets dot avatar icon. After that, here we have to add the classes, so just add the class name property, and in this class name property we will add the width, aspect ratio and rounded full. Next we have to display the user's name, so we'll add the h1 tag, and in this h1 we'll add the user's name using this curly braces selected user dot full name. Now here also we'll add the class name property, and in this class name we will add these Tailwind classes. So we have added these classes in this h1 tag. Now before displaying this user's name, we have to display the green icon for the online user. So here let's add a space, and before this text we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag simply add the classes. So here we will add the class name property and provide width, height, rounded full and background green 500. That's it. After that we have to display the user's bio text. So here after this h1 tag, let's add the p tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces selected user dot bio property, and after that we'll add the class name, and here we'll add the padding x and margin x auto. That's it. After that, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So in the right side you can see we have the user's profile picture, then text, that is the name, and then bio. Right, now let's add the CSS properties for the parent div. So just come here, and in this div that contains all the information of the user, here we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Right, now here we have the parent div. So in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will add curly braces and backticks. Now in this one we will add the background, then we will add text white, then we'll add the width full, relative and overflow y scroll. Right, next we'll add the CSS properties using this template literal. So just add $ curly braces and provide this selected user. So when the selected user is true, in that case we will add this quote and provide the max md hidden, and if it is false then we'll add the colon and just provide this empty string. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have this user's profile image, then online status, name and bio. It is looking beautiful, right? After that we have to display the media that is used in this chat with this particular user. So to display that, let's come back here, And let's add a space here. So after closing of this div that contains the user's profile image, here we'll add one horizontal line. So here we'll add the HR tag, and in this one let's add the Tailwind classes. So here we have added the class name property and provided these classes, that is border and margin Y. After that we'll add a div, and in this div we will add the padding and text size. So we'll add the class name and provided these classes. Next we will add the text in p tag, that is media, because here we will display the images. So here let's add one div, and in this div let's add some Tailwind classes. So just add the class name property and provided these classes so that all the images will be aligned in grid layout. Now to get the images we will use one data available in the assets. So we'll add curly braces, we'll add images dummy data. Let's click here. So the images dummy data has been imported, right? And in this one we can add the map method because it is an array, and in this map we will add the arrow function, and after that we will add this parenthesis, and here we will return a div. Now here in this parameter we will get the individual image URL, and we will also get the index number. Now in this div we will add the key property where we will add the index, and after that we will add the onClick property. So let's add onClick property here, so that when we click on this image it will open the image URL in a new window. So just add the arrow function, and here we'll add window.open, and here we'll add the URL, that is the image URL, right? And now here we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property where we will add cursor pointer and rounded for this div. After that here we will add the images. So just add the image tag, and in this image src just add curly braces and provide the URL, right? Now here we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the height and rounded medium like this. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the text media, and after that we have these images, and if I click on any image it will open this image in a new tab like this. Now we have to display a logout button at the bottom of this right side. For that let's come back and scroll down. After closing of this div, here we will add a space and let's add the button tag. Now in this button we'll add the text called logout, and after that in this button we'll add the classes. So just add the Tailwind classes here. So just add class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So now in the right side you can see we have this logout button. So now we have completed the home page of our chat application. Let me refresh it. By default the selected user is null. That's why we are getting two columns. In the first one we are getting the users list, and in the right side we are getting a chat icon and text. And if I select any user, then we will get 3 columns. In the second one we are getting the chat, and in the third one we are getting the user's profile detail and media and logout button. After completing this home page, next we'll create other page. So let me see our Figma design. So here in this Figma file we have created the design. This is for the home page only, it is completed. Then we have this login page, or you can say sign up page also. So we have already created this page, we have to add the content. So to complete this login page, let's come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar we will go to pages. From here we will open this login page.jsx file. Here we have added one text, so let me remove this text In this login page, we have to add the contents in 2 columns. So let me add the classes in this div. So we will add class name property. And here we will add the height for this div and we'll add the flex layout. So in this one, we will add these Tailwind CSS classes. After that, in the left side, we have to add one image. So we will add the image tag. And before that, let me add one comment, that is left. And here we will add the image. In this image src, we have to add the logo. So we'll add the assets dot logo big. After that, in this one, we have to add the width. So we will add the class name property, and here we will add the width. Now we will add the content for the right column. So here we will add the comment, that is right. Now in the right side, we have to create the login form and sign up form. For that, here we will create a div. So let's create a div. But for creating a form, instead of div, we can use the form tag also. So let me change it. I'll use form tag. So we have the form opening and closing tag. Now in this form tag, let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After adding it, here we will add one title in this form, and in the title either we will add sign in or sign up. So we will add the text in h2 tag, and here instead of adding the manual text, we will get the text from the state variable. So before this return statement, we will create a state variable. So let's add const current state, and the setter function name is set current state equal to use state. And here let's add the text, that is sign up. So by default, the current state will be sign up, and after that we will use this state in this title. So just add curly braces and provide the current state. So this sign up text will be displayed in the form. Now for this text, we will add some CSS properties also. So let's move it in the next line, and here in this title, let's add the class name property, and here we will add these classes. Here we have added the flex box because with this title we will add the arrow icon also. So let's add one arrow icon. After this, current state text. So let's add the image tag, and in this image we will add curly braces and we'll add the assets dot arrow icon. After that, here we'll add the classes. So we will add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the width and cursor pointer like this. After that, let's save the changes and we will see our web page. So we will come back to the web browser, and this is the home page, and in this URL, if I type /login, now you can see this is our login page. In the left side we have this text, that is quick chat, and in the right side we have this title and this arrow icon. After that, let's come back and let's add a space after this title, and here we will add the input field where we will get the full name of the user before sign up. So let's add the input. The type will be text, right? And after that, in this one we will add some classes. So here let me add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one we will add the placeholder also, and in the placeholder we will add full name, and after that we will add the required property so that this field will be required to submit the form. Correct? Now here you can see this is the full name property, and we need this full name when the state is sign up. This full name input field will be hidden from the login form, right? So here we have to hide this input field. So here let's add curly braces. And in this one we will use the state. So just add current state equal to sign up. So when the current state is sign up, then only this input field should be displayed. So here let's add this parenthesis. We will add this AND operator, and within this parenthesis we will paste this input tag like this. So when the state is sign up, then only this input field will be displayed. Now we will store the input field data in a state variable. We will store the full name, email ID, password, and we will store the bio text. So we will create the state variables for these data. So here, after creating this state variable, let me duplicate this, and here we will add another state variable, that is full name, and the setter function name is set full name, and here we will initialize it with empty string. Now let's duplicate it. Here we will add another state variable, that is email, and the setter function name is set email, and here also we will add empty string. After that we will create the password, and setter function is set password, and it is empty string. Now we'll add the bio, and after that we'll add the setter function, that is set bio, and it is also empty string. Next we will add one more state variable where we will store either true or false, that will indicate whether we have submitted the full name, email, and password for sign up, so that after adding the full name, email, and password, we will display another input field, that is bio, so that user can enter the bio for creating the account. So here let's add one more state variable, that is data submitted, and the setter function name is set is data submitted, and by default it will be false. And when we enter the name, email, and password, click on submit button, then it will be true, and it will display the input field to add the bio text. So after creating these state variables, let's scroll down, and here you can see we have added this input field to get the full name, right? We will hide this full name input field whenever the data submitted is true. So here we'll add not of is data submitted, and again add the AND operator. So when the state is sign up and it is false, then only this full name field will be displayed, and after we submit the name, email, and password, then it will hide it, right? Now let's come here, and here we'll add curly braces again, and here we'll add not of is data submitted. It means when we have not submitted the data, then we will display the input field to get the user's email ID, and we will get the password. So here in this parenthesis we will return a fragment. So simply add this fragment, and in this one we will add two input fields, that is email ID and password. So let's add the input field. Input type will be email, and after that we will add the placeholder, and in the placeholder we will add email address, and here also we will add required. So the required will be true, and after that in this one we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one we will provide these Tailwind CSS classes. Next we will add the onChange property. Using that we can store this input field data in the state variable. So here we will add the space. We will add onChange. In this onChange, let's add one arrow function, and in the parameter we will get the event, and here let's add the setter function set email, and in this setter function just provide e.target.value like this. After that, we have to add the value property also. So we will add the value property, and here we will add the email. We have to add this onChange and value in the first input field also, that is the full name. So here in this one, we will add the space, and let's provide onChange, and it will be set full name. It will be e.target.value, and here we will add full name state, like this. Now let's add one more input field after this email. So let's duplicate it, and in this one we will add the setter function, that is set password, and here we will add the value, that is password. Then we will add the type. So in this type we will add password, that is here, and then we will add the placeholder text. So here we have the placeholder text, it will be password. Then the class name will be same, and it is also required, correct? So we have added full name, email, and password, right? Next, we have to add one text area where user can enter their bio. So here let's add curly braces, and we will display this bio text input field whenever the current state is sign up, and also is data is submitted. It means the is data submitted is true. So just add the current state equal to sign up, and with that we will check is data submitted true. Then we will add the AND operator. So whenever these both conditions are true, then only we will display the text area. So here we'll add the text area. Let me move it in the previous line like this. So here we have added the text area. Now in this text area, let me remove this name and ID, and here we will add the rows. Let's add 4. After that we will add the class name. So let's add the class name property, and again we will add the Tailwind classes here for this text area. After that, here we will add the placeholder text. So just add the placeholder property, and in this one we will add the text called provide a sort bio. After that, here also we will add the required property like this. Now in this one also we have to add the onChange property to store the input field data. So just add onChange, and again add the arrow function, and here we will get the event in the parameter, and here we will use the setter function set bio and provide e.target.value. Then we will add the value property, and in this value property just add the bio state. That's it. Now we have created the text area input field also. After that, here we have to create a submit button. So we will add the button, and in this button let's add the text. So to add the text we will use curly braces, and we will add the current state is equal to sign up. So when the current state is sign up, then we will add the button text, that is create account, like this. And when it is false, then we will add the button text, that is login now, like this. So we have created the button with button text create account or login now. Now in this button we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property, and here let's add these Tailwind classes, and in this button we'll add the type property. So the type will be submit. So it will submit this form, right? Now after this button there will be a text like privacy policy text, and there will be one checkbox. So let's group it inside a div. So in this div, first we'll add the input, and input type will be checkbox. After that we will add the text in p tag. So just add the p tag, and here we will add this a small message. Next we will add the CSS properties for this div. So here we will add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Right. Next we will add some other text like already have an account, and there will be a link. Using that, user can switch between login form or sign up form. So before creating that, let me come back to the web page so that you can see the preview of design that we have created. So here you can see we have the sign up state, then we have the input fields like full name, email, password, and then we have this create account. If I click here, it is asking for the name. Let's add test at test.com, then password. So it is reloading the web page, so I'll fix it when we submit the form. For now, let's come back here, and here after this button we have this div that display the privacy policy message and checkbox. Again, create a div. Now in this div, let's add the classes using this class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. So first here we'll add curly braces to check the state. So just add the ternary operator. We'll add current state equal to sign up, then question mark. Then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add colon and again add the parenthesis for false statement. So when this current state is sign up, then we will display the data using this parenthesis. Here we will add the content, and if it is false, then we will add the content in this parenthesis. So here in this first one, let's add the p tag. So we have added one p tag, and in this second one also we will add the p tag like this. Now in this first one we have to add the text. So let's add the text. Already have an account, and after that we will add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add login. Suppose you already have an account, then you will go to login form, and if you don't have any account, then you will switch to sign up form. So now we will add the text in this second p tag also. So in this one we will add create an account. So when you don't have an account, you will go to sign up page or sign up form. Here we will add the span tag again. In this span tag we will add click here like this. Now let me add the CSS properties. So let's start with the p tag. So in this p tag we will add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, and in this second also, in this second p tag we will add the same class name. Now we will add the classes in the span tag also. So here we have the span tag, so just add the class name property and provide these classes, and in the second span tag also we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Font medium, text violet 500, cursor pointer. After adding it, save the changes and we will come back here. You can see here we have the text, already have an account, login here. Now we'll add the click feature so that we can switch between sign in and sign up form. So let's come back, and here in the first span tag we'll add the on click property. So in this span tag, here we have this span. Let's add the space and we'll add on click. In this on click, let's add the arrow function. So we have created this arrow function. Here we'll add this setter function, that is set current state, and we will set the current state to login so that it will display the login form. After that we'll add colon, and here we'll add the setter function set is data submitted, and let's make it false. Now we'll come to the second span tag. Here it is. Here also we'll add the on click property, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and let's add the setter function set current state, and now we will set the current state to sign up, so it will open the sign up form like this. Save the changes, come back here. You can see if I click on this login here, it will display this login text. The button text is login now, and we have the email and password field. If I click on this link, click here, it will display the sign up form where we will enter the full name, email, password, and click on this create account. After clicking on this create account, it should open a text area to enter the bio, and we'll add the click feature on this back arrow icon also. It will be hidden when we'll go to bio section, then it will be displayed so that we can switch back to the previous form. So just come back, scroll up, and here we have added this image, that is the arrow icon. So here also we'll add the condition. So let's add a space, we'll add curly braces, and let's add is data submitted. So when the is data is submitted, then only it will be displayed. So just add the AND operator, and let's move it here after this AND operator. Correct. Now in this one we'll add the onClick property. So just add onClick, and here we'll add the setter function. So just add the arrow function and call the set is data submitted, and let's make it false. After adding it, we will come back here in this form tag. So here we have the form tag. Now in this form tag we have to add a function that will be executed when we submit this form. So we'll add onSubmit, and in this onSubmit handler we will add one handler function. So just add the function name onSubmit handler. Now we have to create this function. So here before this return a statement, we will create one function. So just add const onSubmit handler equal to one arrow function, and in this parameter we will add the event. After that, using this event we will prevent the default behavior, that is prevent default. So it will stop the web page from reloading when we submit the form. After that we'll add if statement, and here when we submit this form it will check for the current state. So when the current state is sign up, so in that case it will check for the is data submitted. If it is false, then it will make it true. So here we have added this AND operator, and in this if statement just use this setter function set is data submitted, and let's make it true. So it will display the input field to enter the bio. Here we will add the return. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back here. Now here we have the name, email, password, and create account because we are on the sign up page. So here let's add the name test. We will add the email ID test@test.com, then write the password and click on this create account button. Now you can see it is asking for the bio text. Here we can enter the small bio, then we can create the account. And if I click on this back arrow icon, it will again display this sign up fields. And if I click here, it will open this text area to enter the bio. Now if I click on this login here, it will display the login form where we can enter the email ID and password, and we can click on the login. And if I click here, it will display the sign up form. So we have created our login or sign up form. After creating it, we will create the next page. So let's see our Figma design. Let's come to this Figma file, and we have created this login page. After that, you can see here we have the profile page. So in this profile page, user can update their name, their bio, and user can also update their profile image. So to create this one, we will come back to the VS Code, and from here we will open left sidebar, and here we have the profile page.jsx file. So now we will create this page. So in this one we have added this page title, that is profile page. Just remove it, and here in this div, let's add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the height, and we'll add the background, and we'll add the flex layout. So we have added these Tailwind classes for this div. Now in this one also we have to add the data in 2 columns, and in the left side we will add a form where user can update their name and bio, and in the right side we will display the user's image. So here let's add a div, and in this div there will be a form tag in the left side, and in the right side there will be a image. So just add the image tag like this. After adding it, we will come back here. Let's open our web page, and here we will go to home page. Now we'll click on this 3 dot, and here we have this profile page. Just click here, so it will open this profile page. So this is our profile page, and now let's add the content on this page. So let's come here in VS Code, and now let's add the title in this form tag. So in this form tag we'll add the title in S3 tag, and here we'll add the title, that is profile details. Now for this title we'll add the CSS properties. So here let's add the class name property and provide text large. Save the changes. Now it should display the title here. It is not visible. Actually this text is here. It is not visible because it is in the black color. So let me add the CSS properties here. So in this div we will add these Tailwind classes that contains both form and image like this. After that let's add the CSS properties for the form tag. So in this form tag we have added the class name and provided these Tailwind classes. After that, come here, you can see this text profile details, right? After that we have to add the label tag, and in the label tag we'll add the input field that will be used to upload the profile picture. So let's come back, and in this form tag, after this title, let's add label tag, and in this HTML4 we'll add the avatar, and after that we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide the Tailwind classes. Now in this one we'll add the input field. Using that we can upload the images. So the input type will be file. After that we'll add the ID, and in this ID we will provide this avatar. After that we will add the accept property, and here we have to add the file types that we can upload using this input field. So just add .png, .jpg, .jpeg. After that we'll add hidden, so it will be hidden. And instead of this input field we will display one image icon. So after this let's add the image tag, and in this image tag let's add src curly braces, and here we have to get the image from the state variable. So first we'll create the state variable where we will store the selected image. So let's come here and we'll create the state variable with the name selected image, and the setter function is set selected image, and just add use state, and by default selected image will be null. So initialize it with null. After that we will add the use navigate so that we can redirect users on different pages. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate hook. Use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. After that we will add one more state variable where we will store the name. So let's add const name, and the setter function name is set name, and here just add the use state, and here we will add initial name. So just initialize it with any dummy name like this. After that we will add the dummy bio text. So just add one state variable, that is bio, and setter function name is setBio is equal to use state, and here let's add the initial value. Hi everyone, I am using quick chat. That's it. After that, let's come here in this form tag, and then we have this input field. So in this input field, we will add the onChange property. In this onChange, we will add the arrow function, and in this function parameter, we will get the event. And after that, we'll add this set selected image and provide e.target.files and index 0. Right? So we will get the selected files and it will be stored in this state, that is selected image. Right? And after that, we have to display this image in this image tag. So here in this curly braces, just use this selected image and let's check it. If it is true, when we have selected the image, then we will generate the URL using URL dot create object URL, and here we will provide the selected image. And when we have not selected any image, in that case we'll add colon, then just add the image from the assets. So just add assets dot avatar icon like this. After that, in this image we will add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we will add the curly braces, and here we'll add backticks. So first we'll add the width and height. It will be equal, so it will be width 12, height 12, and after that we will check the selected image is true or not. So just add $, curly braces, and here just add selected image. Then we'll add AND operator. So when we have selected the image, in that case we will add rounded full so that it will display the image in circular style. After that, here we will add the text also. So within this label only we will add the text called upload profile image like this. So we have added this label tag. Now just come back here. You can see here we have this profile details page, then we have the upload profile image and this icon. If I click here, it will open the window to upload any image. Let me choose any image here. Now this image is displayed here. Instead of the avatar icon, it is displaying the uploaded image. It is working fine. Right? Now after that, we will display the input field where user can enter their name. So let's come back. And after this label tag, we will add the input field, and the input type will be text. Then we'll add the required. So this field will be required to submit the form. And after that, we'll add the placeholder. And in this placeholder, we will add the text called your name like this. Then we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this class name property we will add these Tailwind classes. Right? Next we will add the onChange property in this input field. So here let's add a space, and in this one we will add onChange, and here we will add the arrow function. Then we'll add the event in this parameter, and here just add the setter function set name, and in this one just add e.target.value. After that we'll add the value property. So here just add value property, and in this one just add the name state. That's it. After that, let's come here. You can see here we have this input field. After that, let's come back, and here we'll add the text area. So let's add the space, and we'll add the text area, and in this text area we will add required. It will be true, and we'll add the placeholder. So we have added this placeholder, write profile bio and required, right? Next we'll add the classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Next we'll add the row. So we'll add rows, it will be 4. Now in this one also we'll add the onChange. So just add the onChange, or let me just copy it from here. Copy and paste it here. And in this onChange we will add setter function, that is set bio. And here we'll add the bio state. That's it. After that we have to add a button. Using that we can submit this form. So just add the button, and the button type will be submit. Then we will add the button text, that is save, because using this form we can update the user's profile. So we have added the button text save. After that in this one we'll add the classes. So here let's add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, right? Now in the right side we have to add the image. So in this image src we will add curly braces and provide assets dot logo icon, right? Now in this image we will add the class name also. So just add the class name property, and here we will add these Tailwind classes for the image that is displayed in the right side of the form. After that we will add the function. Using that we can handle this form. So let's come here before this return statement, and here we will add const, and we'll add the function name handle submit, and let's create the arrow function with async keyword, and here we will get the event in this parameter. So using this event we will prevent the default behavior. So just add e.prevent default, and after that we will redirect the users on home page. So just add the navigate, and in this one just add the path, that is this home path. Now we will link this function here in this form tag. So in this form tag we'll add on submit and provide this function, that is handle submit. Now save the changes and we will come back here. So here you can see we have the name input field, then we have this bio, then we have this button save, and in the right side we have this image. The size for this image is looking too big, so let me just come back, and by mistake I have added this double quote here. Let me remove it. Save the changes and come back here. Now it is looking perfect. So we have completed our profile page also, and if I click on this save button we are redirected to home page, and if I click here you can see we can see the chats and user profile details, and if I refresh it, first we will get this users list and this chat icon in the right side, and we have also completed this login page. If I type /login, it will display this login page where we can switch between sign in or sign up form using this link. So finally we have completed the front end of our chat application. Now we will add the features in this chat application. Using that, users can create an account and user can chat with other user. So for that we have to create the backend. For creating the backend of this chat application, let's come back to the VS Code, and I'll right click here and select close saved, and after that in this left sidebar you can see we have this client folder. Let me collapse it, and here in this chat app folder we will create a new folder, and here we'll add the folder name server. So in this server folder we will create the backend of our chat application. In this server folder we will create a new file with the name server.js, and after that let's right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. And right now you can see in this terminal we are at the server path or server directory. So in this one, we will initialize the node package manager. So here we'll add npm init, then -y, then press enter. So it will create a package.json file where we have the project information. So let me open this package.json file from this left side. So in this package.json, you can see we have the name, version, description, main, then we have the scripts, then keywords, author and license. These scripts will be used to test the application or start the server. And here we have the main file. So whenever we will start our backend server, it will execute this file, that is server.js. So this is the entry point of our backend server. Now to create our backend, we need some other packages also. So we will install all the packages here using this terminal. So in this terminal, let's write npm install, and here we will install bcrypt.js. We will use this bcrypt.js to encrypt the passwords. After that, we will store the passwords in the MongoDB database. Next, we will install the Cloudnary package so that we can upload the chat images or user profile image on the cloud storage. So we have added Cloudnary. After that, we will add CORS. Using this, we will allow the backend to connect with any frontend URL. And after that, we will add .env. So using this .env, we can use the environment variables in our backend server. Next, we will add express. Using this express, we will create the backend server. Next, we will add JSON web token. Using that, we can generate the token and we will authenticate the users using this token. After that, we will add mongoose package. Using this mongoose package, we can connect our project with MongoDB database. After that, we will add socket.io. Using this socket.io, we can enable the real-time chat messaging. So after adding all these packages name, just press enter. So it will install all these packages. And after installation, you will find a new folder in your server folder. So in the left side, you can see it will create a node_modules folder where we have all the packages. Right? Now we can start our project, but before that, let me create the basic server. So let me hide this terminal now, and here in this package.json file, we will add one more thing, that is type. By default, the type is common.js. So we will change the type to module. So after this comma, we will add the type property, and here we will add double quote, and in this one we will add module. That's it. After using this type module, we can use the import statement in the project. Now let's come here in this server.js file where we will create our basic server. So to create this server, let's add import, and we will import the express package from express. After that, let's add import a statement, and we will import .env/config so that we can use the environment variables. Next, we will import the CORS package. After that, here we will import the HTTP method also. So we will import this HTTP from HTTP. After that, let's create the instance of this express. So here we will add the comment, create express app using HTTP server. So we will add const app equal to express. After that, we will create the server using the HTTP server. So here just add const server equal to, then use the HTTP dot create server, and here we will provide this app. We are using this HTTP create server because the socket IO support this HTTP server. After that, we will create the middlewares. So here we will add the comment middleware setup, and here we will add the middleware, that is express.json, so that all the requests to this server will be passed using the JSON method. So we'll add app.use, and here just add express.json like this. Now in this one we will add one property, so just add curly braces and provide the limit. So here we will add the limit of 4 MB, so that we can upload the images of maximum 4 MB limit. After that, here let's add one more middleware, that is app.use, and here just add cors. So it will allow all the URL to connect with our backend, right? After that, we'll create a simple route. So here we'll add app.use, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint. So just add /API/status, where we can check whether our backend server is running or not. So this is the API endpoint, and after that we'll create one function. So in this function we'll add the request and response in the parameter, and this function will send the response, and here we'll add response.send, and in this one simply add a message, that is server is live. That's it. So whenever we will test this API endpoint, then we will see this message, right? After that, we have to define a port number where our server will be started or our server will run. So here we'll add const port equal to process.env.port. So if the port number is available in the environment variable, then it will be used, and if it is not available, then it will start the server on 5000 port number. After that, we have to start this server. So simply add server.listen, and here just add the port. After that, we will add one function also. So after starting the server, it will execute this function, and in this function just add console log, and in this one we will add the message. So let's add the message, server is running on port, like this, and after that we will add the port number also. So simply add plus port. So we will see this message in terminal. Here we will add the space also. Now save the changes. Let me move it here. Save the changes. So after creating this basic server, we have to start our project. And if I come to this package.json, here you can see we have this a script, a start, that will execute this node server.js. But whenever we will make any changes in the project, then we have to restart this server, and to solve it we will add one more package. So let's open the terminal, and in this terminal let's add npm install, and here we will install nodemon. So just add nodemon, npm install nodemon, press enter. So after that, in this package JSON, you can see here we have one nodemon package also. After that, we can start the project using nodemon. So here we have to create a new script. So let me change this test script. Here we'll add server, and in this server just add this nodemon server.js. That's it. So now if I use this script server, it will execute this nodemon server.js, and it will automatically restart the project whenever we will make any changes in our backend. To start this server, here we will add this script npm run server. Now press enter. So now you can see our server is running on port 5000, and to verify it, let's open the web browser, and here we will open localhost 5000 /API/status. So you can see server is live. So this message is coming from this API endpoint that we have created in our server.js file. You can see we have created this API endpoint to test our server. So we have created a basic server. Now we have to connect our project with MongoDB database. So let's come back to the web browser, and here we will search for MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this Atlas database link, and after that you need to sign in on this website, and if you don't have an account you can easily create it. So I'll click on this sign in button, and here we have the sign up option also. So I already have an account. I'll just click on this Google icon to sign up with my Google account. After sign up, you will see this option to create a cluster. So just click on this button, create, and from here we will select this free option, and after that you need to choose any of the cloud provider. So I'll use Google Cloud, and from this drop down you can choose any of the nearest region. Then click on create deployment. Next we have to create the database user and password. So let me add the database username GreatStack, and here we will add the password GreatStack123. Do not use the @ or hashtag in this password, else it will create an error. So keep the password simple. Here we have added GreatStack123 in the password, and the username is GreatStack. Then click on this button, create database user. After that, just click on this, choose a connection method. Then we will choose this drivers, and from this drop down let's choose this mongoose. After that you can see we have this command to install mongoose. So we have already installed it, and after that we have this connection string, right? So from here you can enable or disable the password. If I uncheck this, you can see it will display the password like this, or if you can enable it, and here you will see the password also. So you need to add the username and password in this string. So let me just copy it. Make sure to copy it from the start and till this mongodb.net. That's it. Remaining part you don't have to copy. Copy till here .net. So just copy this part and click on this done. Next let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this sidebar. Then in this server folder we will create a new file. So write the file name .env, and here we will create the environment variable with the name MongoDB URI. So we have added MongoDB URI, and in this one let's paste this MongoDB connection string. So in this string you can see we have the username, then we have the password, then at the end we have mongodb.net. That's it, right? After that let me add the port also. Here we can define the port. So let's add the port 5000. So it will use the port number from this environment variable. After that we have to add one more thing. So let me come back to the MongoDB database. In this database, in the left side you will find this network access. Just open this network access, and here you will find your current IP address. So you need to update it. Here we'll click on this edit, and just click on this allow access from anywhere. So it will add this 0000 IP address. Just add it, click on confirm. So now you can connect with the database from any IP address. So just wait for this status to be updated. Right now it is pending. Just wait for few seconds. So now you can see the status is active. So now we can connect with the database. So after adding it, let's come back here, and in this server folder we will create a new folder. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder called lib, and in this lib folder we will create a new file. So write the file name db.js, where we will create the function to connect with our database. So here we will import mongoose from mongoose package. After that we will create a function. So let me add the comment first, that is function to connect to the MongoDB database. So here let's create one asynchronous arrow function with the name connectDB. So we have added export const connectDB equal to asynchronous arrow function. In this one we will add try catch block, and in this try block we will connect the mongoose. So just add await mongoose dot connect, and here we have to provide the connection string that is stored in the MongoDB database. So here we'll add backticks $, curly braces, and here let's add the process dot env dot and write the environment variable name, that is MongoDB URI, correct. And after that we have to add /, and here we'll add any name. So I'll add chat app, like this. After adding it, here we will add one event also, so that whenever we will be connected with the database, we will see the message in console. So before this we will add the event listener. So just add mongoose dot connection dot on, and here we will add the event that is connected, and after that we will add one arrow function, and in this arrow function just add console log, and here we will add the message that is database connected. Let's move it here. So we have added one event, and then we have added this statement to connect with the MongoDB database using the connection string. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, simply add console log, and we will print the error that is here. So just add this error here. So we have created the function that will connect our project with MongoDB database. Now we will use this function here in our server.js file. So just come here, and before this port number we will call our function. So here let's add the comment connect to MongoDB, and we will add await, and let's add connectDB function, like this. After that, let's come here. You can see the connectDB function has been imported from ./lib/db, and here we have to add the file name extension also. So just add db.js. That's it. After adding it, if I open the terminal, you can see in this terminal we are getting the message database connected, and here we have this message server is running on port 5000, correct. So now our project is connected with the database. So now we will create the API. Using that we can create the user, we can allow the user to create an account, log in and log out, and we will also create the MongoDB models. Using the MongoDB model, we can store the data in MongoDB database. So here in this left sidebar, first we will create a models folder. So here we'll create a new folder in this server, that is models, and in this models folder we will create the user model. So let's create a new file and write the file name user.js. So this is the user model file. So to create the model, first we will import the mongoose. So just import mongoose from mongoose package, and after that let's create the user schema. So just add const user schema equal to new, and we will add mongoose dot schema constructor. Now in this one we will create the object, and here we will define the properties that will be available in the user data. So for user we will add the user's email, right? And let's add the properties for this email. So here the email type will be a string, so we will add type a string. Then we will add the required property true. So to create any user data, the email property is required, right? And after that we'll add unique true, so that the user email should be unique. It means we cannot create another user with the same email ID. After that add comma, and here we'll add next property. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next property, that is full name. And here also we'll add the type a string required true and remove this unique property. Now again duplicate it. Here we will add password, and the password type is a string required true, and here we'll add minimum length. So let's add the minimum length of 6 characters. After that duplicate it, and here we'll add the profile picture, and in this profile pic we will add type a string, where we will store the URL of the profile picture. And here we'll add the default value also, so just add default empty string like this. After that we'll add one more property, so just duplicate it, and here we'll add bio, that will be the bio text. And in this one simply add type a string, remove this default value. That's it. Now after this object we will add the comma and add one more object, where we will add the timestamps. So just add timestamps true. So it will automatically add the data when this user was created. It will add the date and time, right? So after creating this user model, we have to create the user. So to create the user, here we will add const user equal to, here we are not creating the user, we are creating the user model. So just add user equal to mongoose dot model, and in this one we will add the model name, that is user, and after that we'll add the schema. So just add the user schema. So now we have created the user model. Next we will export this user model from here, so that we can use it in other files. So just add export and write the default and user. So we have created the user model and exported it. Now using this user model we can store the data in MongoDB database. So here in this server folder we will create a new folder called controllers, and in this controllers folder we will create the controllers file. So let's create a new file here and write the file name usercontroller.js. Now in this usercontroller.js file we will create the function. Using that we can create the user, we can allow the user to log in, we will authenticate the user, and we will also create the function. Using that we can update the user profile. So let's create these controller function one by one. So first we will create the user signup function. So let me add the comment signup new user, and here just add export const, and then write the function name signup, and after that create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one first we will get the full name, email, password and bio from the request body, right? To create an account we need these data. So here let's destructure the data, that is full name, email, password, bio from request, and we will get this request from the parameter. So in this parameter first we will add request and response. Now here just add this request dot body. So from the request body we will get these data. After that we will add try catch statement. So now in this try block we will check whether these data is available or not. So here we'll add the if statement, and in this if statement we'll add not of full name, not of email, not of password, and not of bio. So if any of this data is missing, here we have added OR operator, right? So if any of this data is missing, then we will return a response. So just add return response.json, and in this JSON we'll add the object, and in this object simply add success false, right? And after that we'll add the message also, missing details. So we have added message, right? Now suppose all these data is available. So in that case we will create the user. So before creating the user we have to check is any user is available for this email or not, right? So just add const, we will add user equal to await, and here we will use the user model. So just add user and click here to import this user model from the models folder. It has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js like this. So now here we'll add find one method, and in this one just provide the email. So just add curly braces email. So if any user exists with this email, then we have to return a response. So just add the if statement, and here we'll add the user, and after that we will add return a statement. So let me just copy and paste it here, and in this one we will add account already exists in this message property like this. Now suppose there is no user, then we will generate the encrypted password. So here we'll add const salt equal to await, and here we'll add the bcrypt package. So just add bcrypt, but we have to import the bcrypt from reactjs. So here at the top we will add import bcrypt from reactjs. Now we can use it here. So we have added salt equal to await bcrypt dot gen salt, that is generate salt, and here we'll add the value 10, right? And after that we will use this salt to encrypt the password. So just add const, and here let's add the variable name hashed password equal to await, and after that we'll add this bcrypt dot hash, and in this one we will provide the password that we are getting from the request body, which is here. So just add this password here, and then we will provide the salt. So now we have the hashed password that we can store in the database. We will not store the original password. So now let's create a new user. So just add const new user equal to await, and we will use the user model dot create. So it will create a new user in the MongoDB database, and here we'll add the data for this user. So we will add the full name, after that we'll add email, then we will add password, and in this password we will store the hashed password. After that we will add the bio. So it will create a new user in the MongoDB database, and after creating the user we have to create a token also. Using that token we can authenticate the user, right? So here let's add const token equal to, and to generate this token we will create a separate function because we need to use this token function multiple times. So we'll create a separate function. So here in the left sidebar we have created this lib folder. So in this lib folder we'll create a new file, that is utils. utils.js, and in this utils.js we will create a function to generate the token. So we will generate the token using JSON web token package. So just add import statement, import JWT from JSON web token. After that, let's create a function. Before that, we'll add the comment function to generate a token for user, and here we'll add export const, then write the function name generate token equal to, and here we'll add the arrow function. Now to generate this token we need a unique user ID. So here in this parameter we'll get the user ID, and using this user ID we will generate a unique token. So just add const token equal to JWT dot sign, and in this one we will add the data. So just add curly braces, we will add the user ID, and after that we have to add a secret key. So we can add the secret key here, or it is better to add it in the environment variable. So it will be a secure key. So in this .env file we will add one environment variable with the name JWT secret, and here you can add your own secret key. So I'll add here GS has secret. You can add anything in this JWT secret. After adding it, just come back here, and in this one we will use that secret key. So to use it, here we will add process.env dot and write the environment variable name, that is JWT secret. So it will generate a token, and after that we have to return this token from this function. So just add the return keyword and token. So now it is easy to generate the token. We have to just pass the user ID in this function, right? So let's come back to our user controller, and here we need the token, right? So to get the token we will simply call our utils function, that is generate token. Just import it. You can see generate token has been imported from this utils.js file, right? And here we'll add the parenthesis. Now in this one just we need to pass the ID. So here we have the new user. So just add this new user here dot underscore ID. That's it. So when we pass the user ID, it will generate a new token, and now we will send this token to response. So just add response.json, and in this response.json we'll add curly braces and provide the success property true. And after sign up we have to provide the user data in the response. So just add the user data, and in this user data property let's add the new user like this. After that we'll add comma token. We will send the token also in the response, and after that we will add the message also. So in this message we'll add account created successfully like this. So we have created this response. Now if any error occurs, then catch block will be executed. So here in this catch block we will send the response. So here we'll add response.json, then success false like this, and after that we will add the message property, and in this message property we will simply add the error dot message, this one, and after that we will add console log also. So here let me add console log, and here also we'll add error dot message so that we can see the error message in the terminal also. So we have created a function using that user can sign up on our application, on our chat app. Next we will create the controller function for user login. So here we will add one comment, and after that we will create a new function. So here we will create one arrow function with the name login. So we have created export const login equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the parameter we will get request and response. Now we'll add the try catch statement here, and here we need the email and password from the request body. So let me just copy this line from here and paste it here. In this one we will get the email and we will get the password, right? For login we need only email and password, right? Now after that we have to find the user for this email ID. So we'll add const and we will add the user data equal to await, and we will use the user model dot find one, and in this one we will add the particular email ID. So just add this email here that we are getting from the request. After that here just add const, and in this one we have to check the password. So just add is password correct, right, equal to await, and here we'll add the bcrypt to verify the password. So just add bcrypt dot compare, and here we have to provide the password that we are getting from the request and the password that is stored in our MongoDB database. So just add the user data dot password property. That's it. So it will compare it, and if it is same, this is password correct will be true. So after that here we'll add the if statement. So just add if the is password correct is false. So we have added not operator. So if the password is not matching, in that case we will send the response where we'll add success false. After that we'll add the message property that is invalid credentials, like this. Now suppose the password is also correct. So in that case we have to generate the token, right, and we'll send the token in the response. So to generate the token just add this statement again. So let me just copy this to a statement and paste it here. So first we will generate the token and we will call the generate token function, and here we will pass the user data dot underscore id, and here in this response we will add success true, and after that we will pass the user data, then we will add token, and after that we will add the message, and in the message we will write login successful. So in the response we are sending success true, user data, token and message. Now if any error occurs, then catch block will be executed. So let me just copy these statement and paste it here in this catch block, that is console log error.message and response.json success false, and the message is error.message. So we have created the function using that user can log in on our chat application. Here it says the password is not used. So let me check it. Here we have to correct this one. We will add password. So it will compare the password that we are getting from the request and it will compare it with the password that is stored in the database. After creating this login function, we have to create a new controller function. We can check whether the user is authenticated or not, and to create this authentication API, first we will create a middleware. So in this left sidebar, here we will create a middleware folder. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder called middleware. And in this middleware folder, we will add the file. So let's add the new file auth.js that will authenticate the user. So middleware is the function that is executed before executing the controller function. So using this middleware function, we will protect our routes so that if the user is authenticated, then only they can access that particular API endpoint. So here, let's create middleware. So just add the comment middleware to protect routes, and here we'll add the function. So just add export const protect route equal to, we will add the asynchronous function. So just add async and create the arrow function. In this function parameter, we will get three parameters, that is request, response and next, right? So this next will execute the next function, that is controller function. So here let's add the try catch statement, and in this try block, first we need the token and we will get the token from the headers. So here let's add const token equal to request.headers.token. We will send the token from our frontend in the headers of every API request. After that, we'll add const, and here we'll add the user equal to await, and here just add the user model. So user model has been imported, just add filename extension .js, right? Now after that, here we'll add find by id, and in this one we have to provide the user id, and to get the user id, first we have to decode this token that is here. So to decode this token, let's add a space here, and here we'll add const decoded equal to, we will add this JWT. So again import the JWT from JSON web token. We will add this import statement, import JWT from JSON web token, and just use this JWT dot verify, and here we will add the token. After that, we'll add the secret. So just add process dot env dot JWT secret. So now we will get the decoded token, and from this token we can find the user ID. So just add this user dot find by ID decoded dot user ID. Now we will get the user data, and from this user data we have to remove the passwords. So just add dot select, and in this dot select we'll add minus password. We have to add it in quote, so we'll add this double quote. So it will remove the password from this user data, and after that let's check whether this user is available or not. So we'll add if statement, and we'll add not user. So when we could not find the user, then we will simply send the response. So just add return response.json, and in this response.json we will add success false, and with that we'll add the message that is user not found. That's it. Now suppose the user is available. So in that case, what we will do, we will add this user data in the request. So just add request dot user equal to user. So what will happen here, this will add the user data in the request, and now we can access the user data in the controller function. So here let's add this next. So it will execute the next function that will execute the controller function. After that, if any error occurs, then catch block will be executed. So here in this catch block, just add this response. We'll add response success false, and with that we'll add the message property, and in the message we'll add error.message like this, and here also we'll add the console log, and in this console log just add error.message. So we have created the middleware to protect our routes, and after that now we will create the API endpoint that will verify the user, whether the user is authenticated or not. So just come to this user controller.js file, and in this one let's add one comment. So we'll add the comment controller to check if user is authenticated, and here we'll add export const check auth, and in this one just add the arrow function. Now in this one we'll add request and response in the parameter, right? And after that, here for this controller function we will add the middleware also. So in this request we will get the user, right? So simply we will add response, and in this response just add JSON, and here we will add the success property true, and after that we will add the user, and in this user just add the request dot user. That's it. So this function will return the user data when the user is authenticated, right? After that, we have to create a controller function. Using that, we can allow user to update their profile, and in their profile they can update the images also. So first we have to set up the Cloudnary storage so that user can store their image on cloud storage. For that, let's come here in the web browser, and here we will search for Cloudnary. We will open this cloudnary.com, and you need to sign up here. I'll click on this login. I already have an account. And after that, I'll log in with my Google account. After login, in the right side, you will see this Go to API keys. Just click here. And here we have some previous API keys, and you can create a new key using this button, Generate New API Key. So let me click here to generate a new key, and here it will ask for the confirmation code. So it will send a confirmation code on your email. So let me check my email and provide the confirmation code here to generate a new key. So here I have received this confirmation code. Let me just copy it and paste it here. So a new key has been generated with name untitled. Let me write any name here. So I'll write quick chat recording. And after that, here we'll get the API key, then API secret, and here at the top you can see we have the cloud name. So we need all these data, that is cloud name, API key and API secret, and we will store these data in the environment variable. So just come back to the environment variable first, that is .env file, and here let's create some environment variables. So first we'll create Cloudnary cloud name, then we will add Cloudnary API key. After that we'll add Cloudnary API secret, like this. After that, just come here and just copy the cloud name and paste it here. Now just copy the API key and let's paste it here. Then copy the API secret and paste it here. So we have added cloud name, API key and API secret. After that, we will create a file. Using that, we will create a Cloudnary configuration. So let's come here in this lib folder, and in this lib folder we'll create a new file and write the file name cloudnary.js. In this cloudnary.js, first we have to import the Cloudnary. So here let's add import. We will add v2 as Cloudnary from Cloudnary package. Write this statement to import the Cloudnary, and after that let's add cloudnary.config. We will add this cloudnary.config and add this parenthesis. Here we will add the object where we have to provide the cloud name, API key and API secret. So first let's add the cloud name, and in this cloud name we will add process.env.cloudname. So we will get the key from the environment variable, right? After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the API key, and in the third one we'll add the API secret, right? And let's update the environment variable name also. This will be Cloudnary API key, and the last one is Cloudnary API secret. So we have created the Cloudnary config. Next we have to export this Cloudnary. So let's add export default and Cloudnary so that we can use it in any other file. So now we will come back to the user controller file again, and here let's create the function. Using that, user can update their profile. So here let's add the comment first. We'll add the comment controller to update user profile details, right? Now here we'll create a function with the name update profile, and it will be asynchronous addo function. So create the async addo function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, and to update the profile, we need the profile picture, bio and full name, and we will get it from the request body. So first we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block, let's add const curly braces profile pic bio full name equal to request dot body. After that we'll add the user ID, so just add const user ID, and we will get it from the request, so just add request dot user. We will add this user property using the middleware, that is protect route, correct? So here we'll add request.user._id. So now we'll get the user ID, and we have the profile data like profile pic, bio and full name. Now let's add one variable, so just add let, and here we'll add the variable name updated user, right? Next we have to check whether the user want to update their name and bio only or profile pic also. So here we'll add if statement, and we'll add not of profile pic. So when the profile picture is not provided, so in that case we will simply update their name and bio, and to update it we will add await user model dot find by ID and update. Now first we have to add the ID, so just add the user ID here, and after that we'll add the comma curly braces, we'll add the bio, and we'll add full name. So it will update these data, and after that we'll add comma curly braces and provide new colon true. So after that it will return the new data, and we will store the new data in this updated user variable. So just add updated user equal to await like this. So now we have the updated user data. Now suppose the profile picture is also provided. So here we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add const upload, because first we have to upload the profile picture on Cloudnary, and from there we will get the URL. So we'll add const upload equal to await, and here just add Cloudnary. So first we have to import the Cloudnary. So let's come here. We will add import Cloudnary from, and let's add the path /lib/cloudnary.js. After importing this Cloudnary, let's come back here in our controller function, and here we will add await cloudnary.uploader.upload, and here we will provide the profile pic. So it will upload this profile picture, and after that we have to update the user data, and here we'll get the updated user data. So just add updated user equal to await, and then just add the user data, that is user model dot find by ID and update. And in this find by ID and update method, first we'll add the user ID. After that we have to add the data to be updated. So just add the profile pic, and in this profile pic we will add this upload, that is here. So we will add this upload here. After that we'll add dot secure URL like this. After that we'll add the bio, and we will also add the full name. So we will update all the data, right? And after that again add comma, curly braces, and in this one also we'll add new true, so that we will get the updated user data here in this updated user, right? Now we can send a response. So here let's add response.json, and in this one we'll add the curly braces where we'll add success true, and then we'll add the user, and in this user we'll add the updated user, like this. Now any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here also we'll add this response, and in this one we'll add success false, and in the message we'll add error.message. So just add the message property and provide error.message, and before that we'll add console log, and here also we'll add error.message. So now we have created the controller function using that user can update their profile. So now we'll create the API endpoint using all these controller function, that is signup, login, then check auth and update profile. So to create the API endpoint we'll create route. So let's come to this sidebar, and in this server folder we will create a new folder and write the folder name routes. Now in this routes folder we will create the user routes.js file. So let's create a new file, user routes.js. Now in this one we have to create the router. So let's add import. We will import the express from express, right? And after that just add const. Let's add user router and equal to this express dot router method. So it will create a new user router, and in this user router we will create different endpoints. So just add this user router dot post, and here we'll add the API endpoint, that is /signup. After that we have to provide the controller function. So just add this signup function. Let's click here. So signup function has been imported from this controllers folder and user controller file. Here we'll just add the .js extension, like this. Now let me duplicate it. Here we'll add post, then we'll add the API endpoint, that is login, and here we'll add the controller function login. Just click here, login function has been imported. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add put because we have to update the data. So just add put and update the data using this endpoint, that is update profile, right? After that in this one we have to protect the route using the middleware. So simply add protect route function. So protect route function has been imported from middleware auth.js, and after that we will provide our controller function, that is update profile. So update profile has been imported. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add get method, user route.get, and here we'll add the API endpoint, that is check, that will check the user is authenticated or not. It will be protected. So use this middleware, and after that add the function, that is check auth. So the check auth function has been imported. So we have created all 4 API endpoint for the user. Now let's export this router. So just add export default and provide this user router. Now we will add this user router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js, and just after this app.use, here we will add our route. So just add app.use, and here we'll add the path. So just add /API/auth, because this is for the users endpoint. So we will add /API/auth, and after that we'll add the comma and provide this user router. Let's click here, so the user router will get imported. If I come here, you can see user router has been imported, and here we'll add the comment also, that is route setup. So we have created the APIs to sign up on the website, to log in on the website. Then we have created the API for profile update and to check the user is authenticated or not. Next, we'll create the messages model. Using that, we can store the messages data in the MongoDB database. For creating the message model, let's open this sidebar, and here we have this models folder. So in this one, we'll create a new file with the name message.js. And here we'll create the model. So let me copy the user model here. So just copy this user model and let's paste it here. Now in this one, we will update the schema. So it will be message schema, and here we'll add the message equal to mongoose.model, and the model name is message, and here we'll add message schema, and we will export this message model. Correct. Now here we will update these property. So let me remove it, and here we will add the property that will be used in the message data. So here we have this object, right? So in this one, first we'll add the sender ID. So each message will have the sender ID, and in this sender ID we will add type, and in the type we'll add mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. After that, here we will add reference. So just add ref, and in this reference let's add the user model. So let's add quote and provide this user, and after that here we will add comma, and we will add required property, and required will be true. Here we will update this comma, it will be dot. So we have added sender ID, it will be type mongoose.schema.types.object ID, and here we will add the reference of user model and required true. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will add next property, that is receiver ID. Here we have to add the comma like this. After this sender and receiver, we will add the message text. So we'll add the text property, and in this one we'll add the type a string. After that, we have to add the image property, and in this one also we'll add type a string. And next we'll add scene property, and in this scene property, first we'll add type, that will be boolean, and then we'll add the default value. So in the default value we will add false. So by default, each messages will be created using this scene property false. Then we have the timestamps. So we have created this MongoDB model for message. Let me remove this types from here. We will just import mongoose from mongoose package. Save the changes. Now using this message model, we can store the message data in the database. For that, let's come here in this sidebar, and in this controllers folder we will create a new file, that is messagecontroller.js. And here we will create the controller functions. Using that, we can store the messages in the database and will display the messages on our web page. So let's create the first function. So we'll add the comment first, get all users except logged in user, right? So here just add export const and get users for sidebar. then add asynchronous function. So using this function we will get the list of users, and with that we will get the number of unread messages also for the user. So here we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we will get the user ID from the request. So let's add the request and response in this parameter, and in this try block we'll add const user ID equal to request.user._id. We will add the middleware before this endpoint, so it will add the user data in the request, and from the user data we can find the ID. After that we will filter the users from all user list, and we will exclude this user. So here we will add const filtered users equal to await, and after that we'll add the user dot find method, and here we will add curly braces where we will add _id property, and here let's add curly braces, then we'll add not equal to, so just add $ne, and here we will provide user ID. So whenever the ._id property is not equal to this user ID, then we will filter all that users and we will get the users list here. And in this one we will add .select, and from here we have to remove the password property. So just add quotes and write -password, so it will remove the password from this data. Correct. Now after that we have to count the number of unseen messages or not seen messages. So let me add the comment first, that is count number of messages not seen. So here let's create one object. We will add const unseen messages and create the object. Now in this one we will find all the unseen messages where the receiver is this user ID, right? So here let's add const, we will add promises equal to, in this promises we will add this filtered users, so just add it here, and here we will use map method. Now in this map we will add the asynchronous function, so just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get individual user, so just add it here, and after that here let's add const and we will get the messages equal to await. After adding this await, here we will add this message model, so you can see the message model has been imported. Here we will add .js, and in this user model also we will add .js like this. Now in this message we will add .find, and here let's add the object. So first we have to add the sender ID, and in this sender ID we will add this user that we are getting from the parameter ._id, correct? And after that we'll add the receiver ID. So in this receiver ID we will add our own ID, that is here user ID. After that we will add comma and provide seen property, and it will be false. So we will get all the unseen messages here in this messages variable, right? And after that we have to check the length. So here we will add the if statement and write the messages dot length property. If it is greater than 0, it means we have the number of messages, right? Then we have to add this unseen messages where we'll add the key. So it will be this user dot underscore ID, and for this one we will add the number of unseen messages. So to get it, we'll add this messages dot length. So in this one we'll get the key value, where we'll get the individual user and the number of unread messages for that user. After that, here we will add await, and we will execute this promises. So just add promise dot all, and in this one just add this promises. Next we will send the response. So just add response dot JSON, and in this one we will add success true. After that we will add the users, and in this users we will return the filtered users. Then we will return the unseen messages like this. So we will send this response. Now in this catch block just add log, and in this log we'll add the error dot message. Then we'll send the response also. So just copy this and paste it here, and here we'll add success false, and then we'll add the message property, and in the message property we will add error dot message like this. So we have created this controller function. Using that we will get the list of users for the left sidebar, and with that we will get the number of unread messages for each user. After that we will create another controller function. Using that we can get all the message for the selected user. So here let's add the comment first, get all messages for selected users, and here we will create the function. So just add export const get messages equal to async arrow function, and in the parameter we will get request and response. Now we will add the try catch block. Now in this catch block we will add this statement. Let's copy and paste it here. Now in this try block, first we need the selected user's ID, and we will get it from the parameters, that is API params. So let's destructure the ID. So we'll add const ID, and the name will be selected user ID equal to request dot params. So from the params we will get the ID, and we will store it in this selected user ID. After that we will add own ID. So just add const, let's add the name my ID, that is the logged in user, right? So here we have added my ID, and let's add request dot user dot underscore ID. So now we have the selected user's ID and user ID of user who has logged in, correct? After that we have to get the messages. So here we'll add const, and in this one we'll add the messages equal to await, and in this await we will add the messages model, that is message model, and dot find method. In this one we'll add the object, and here we'll add $, or it will work as OR operator. Here we'll add the array, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add sender ID, and in this sender ID we will add my ID. After that we'll add the comma, receiver ID, and in the receiver ID we'll add selected user ID. Let's add the comma, duplicate it, and now we will change this value. So in the sender ID we will add selected user ID, and in the receiver ID we will add my ID. So it will display all the messages between two users, that is my ID and selected user ID. After that, we will mark the messages as read. So here we'll add await, and we'll add the message model dot update many, and in this one we'll add curly braces sender ID, and the sender ID is selected user ID, and here we'll add the receiver ID, and the receiver ID is my ID, and for all the messages where the sender ID is this one and receiver ID is this one, for that one we have to update the scene property. So let's add curly braces, we'll add scene, and we will make it true. So all the messages will be marked as seen when we open any chat and we will select any user, right? After that we will generate the response. So here let's add the response.json, and in this one we will add success true, and with that we will send the messages that is here. So we have sent this messages here. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can get all the messages of selected user. Now we'll create the next function. Using that we can mark the messages as seen. So here let's add the comment. We will add this API to mark message as seen using message ID for individual message. So here we'll add export, then add const mark message as seen equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll get request and response, and after that here we'll add try catch statement. Now in this catch block we will copy this statement, paste it here, and after that in this try block we have to get the message ID, and we'll get it from the params. So here we'll add const id equal to request.params, and after that we have to find this message and we will mark the scene property true. So just add await, then message model dot find by id and update, and here we will provide this id, and after that we'll add scene property and let's make it true. That's it. So using this controller function we can mark the message as seen for individual message. After that we will generate the response. So just add response.json, and in this one we'll add the object where we will just add success true. That's it. So we have completed this function. Next we have to create a controller function. Using that we can send the messages, but before creating that let me create the router. Using that we can create the endpoint for these functions, right? So let's open this sidebar, and here in this routes folder we'll create a new file with the name message routes.js. In this one we have to import express from express package, and after that we will create the message router. So just add const message router equal to express dot router. Now in this message router we have to create different endpoints. So just add message router dot get method, and in this one just add the path, that is /user. So it will display all the user list. So here we will protect this route using middleware. So just add protect route middleware. It has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. After that we will add the controller function, that is get user for sidebar, and it has been imported from this controller folder, correct? After that let's create next route. So duplicate it, and here we'll add dot get, and then we'll add slash colon id. So we will pass this id in the params. After that, here also we'll add this protect route, and then we'll get this controller function get messages. So this get messages has been imported, right? After that, we'll create the route for next function, that is mark message as seen. So let me duplicate it, and here we will add the path, that is mark then colon id, right? Because in this id we will send the individual message id, and here also we'll add this protect route, and here we will add put because we will use this route to update the data. That's it. So we will add put, and after that here we'll add the controller function, that is mark message as seen. So mark message as seen has been imported. So we have created these three routes. After that, we will export this router. So just add export default and export this message router. Next, we will add this message router here in this server.js file. So in this server.js file, here we will add app.use, and in this one we will add the path. So just add slash API slash messages, and after that we'll add the comma and provide this message router. So this message router has been imported. So we have created this endpoint. So now we'll come back here in this message controller. So you can see we have created the endpoint for getting the user list, then created the API endpoint for getting the selected user's message, and created the API for marking the message as seen. Next, we have to create the function using that we can send the message. So here let's add the comment send message to selected user, right? And here let's create a function. So just add export const send message equal to async arrow function, and in the function parameter we will get request and response. Now to send this message, first we will get the message data from the request body. So here we will add try catch block, and let's add this statement in the catch block. Just copy and paste it here, and after that in this try block just add const, and we will destructure the text and image from the request body. So just add this request dot body. After that, from this request we will get the receiver id and sender id. So just add const receiver id equal to this request dot params dot id. After getting this receiver id, now we will get the sender id. So here just add const sender id equal to request dot user dot underscore id. So we will get this user using the middleware. Now we have the message text or image, then receiver id and sender id. After that, if we have the image, then we have to upload that image on Cloudnary. So here let's add variable using let keyword, let image URL, and after that we'll add if, and just add the image. So when the image is available, so in that case we have to upload this image, and for uploading this image we will use the Cloudnary. So let's import the Cloudnary configuration. So we'll add import Cloudnary from, we will add double dot slash lib folder slash cloudnary.js. After that we can use it here. So just add const upload response equal to await, then add this cloudnary dot uploader dot upload, and in this one we'll add the image. After that we will add the image URL, and it will be this upload response dot secure URL. So after uploading the image, we will get the image URL and we will store it in this image URL variable. So now we have the image, text, receiver ID and sender ID. So now we can store the message data in the database. For that we will use the message model. So here we will add const new message equal to message model dot create, and here we have to add the await also. So just add await message dot create. Now in this one we'll add the object where we'll add the data. So just add sender ID, then we'll add the receiver ID. After that we will add text, then we will add the image property, and in this image property we will provide the image URL. So it will store this message data in the MongoDB database. After that we will create the response. So here just add response.json, and in this one we will add success true, and after that we will send this new message also in the response. So just add new message. So we have created this function. Using that we can send a new message, and the new message will be stored in the database. But we want this message to be instantly displayed to the receiver's chat. It means we want this message to be displayed in real time. For that we will use socket.io. So let's come back to this server.js file, and here we will set up the socket.io. So first let's import it. We have already installed this socket.io package. If I show you this package.json, you can see here we have this socket.io package installed, right? So now let's open our file server.js, and in this one let's import server from socket.io. So we have imported this server from socket.io, correct? After that, here after creating this HTTP server, we will add the comment. So let's create one comment, that is initialize socket.io server. For that we will add export, then we will add const, and after that we will add io equal to new, then we will add this server, and in this one we will provide this server. Then we will add the comma, curly braces, and here we will add course, and here we will add curly braces origin, and in this origin we will allow all the origins. So just add double quote and stars. So it will allow all the origins. After that, here we will add the comment again. So let's add the comment stored online users. So here we'll add one variable. So just add export const user socket map equal to one object. So in this object we will store the data of all the online user, and here we'll add the data in form of user ID and socket ID. So let me add the comment here like this one, user ID and socket ID, correct? And now we'll create the function, that is socket handler. So it will be socket connection handler function. So we'll add the comment first, socket.io connection handler, and here we'll add this IO dot on, and in this one we'll add this event type connection, and when this event will occur, then we'll execute this function. So here in this function parameter we will get the socket, and after that here let's add const, and in this one we'll add the user ID equal to this socket dot handshake dot query dot user ID. After that, here we'll add console log, and in this one we'll add the message that is user connected, and with that we will also add the user ID. So just add comma user ID. Now after that we'll check if we have the user ID available. So in that case we'll add the user socket map, and in this user socket map we will add the key that is user ID, and in this key we will add socket ID. So just add socket dot ID. So when the user ID is available, then we will add the data in this user socket map like this. After that, let's add the comment. So here we'll add emit online users to all connected clients. So here we'll add IO dot emit, and in this one just add get online users. So here we'll add object dot keys, and in this keys we will provide the user socket map like this. After that we'll add the disconnect event. So here we'll add socket dot on, and in this one we'll add disconnect, and for this one we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll add console log, and in this one just add user disconnected and user ID. After that we will delete this user, so just add delete and provide this user socket map, and here we will add the user ID. So this user ID will be deleted from the user socket map. After that just add io.emit, and here just add get online users again. So again it will update the online users data, and here we'll add object dot keys, and here just provide the user socket map. So using this we will get the list of online users, and all the online users will be stored here, correct? After adding it, we will come back here in this message controller function. You can see we have already created this IO, so we will use it here in this message controller.js file, and in this one here we will import the IO from our server.js file, and we will also import the user socket map, correct? After that let's come here in our controller function where we are sending the message. So in this one, before this response, we will update this message in the socket. So here just add the commit, emit the new message to the receiver's socket. So we'll add const, let's add receiver socket ID equal to user socket map, and in this one we'll add the receiver ID. So now we'll get the receiver socket ID, and when the receiver socket ID is available, in that case we'll emit the message. So here we'll add if statement if receiver socket ID is true. So in that case we'll add io.to, and here just add receiver's socket ID, and in this one we'll add emit, and here just add new message, and after that we'll add comma and provide the new message here. That's it. So it will emit this new message in the receiver socket. So now we have completed this function, that is send message. Using that we will send the message and receiver will instantly see the message using this socket.io. Now we have to create the API endpoint using this send message controller function. So we will open our message route.js file, and in this one we have already created 3 routes. So here we'll add one more route. So let me add this here. We will add message router dot and we'll add the post method, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint, that is send. Let's add /send, then /ID, like this, and after that here we'll add the middleware, that is protect route. After that we'll add the controller function that we have just created, that is send message. So this send message controller function has been imported. So we have created this route. Using that we can send a new message to other user, and the other user will see the messages instantly using socket.io. So finally we have completed the backend of our chat application. We have created all the API endpoint, and using these APIs we can log in on the chat app and we can chat with other users. Now we will integrate this backend with our frontend so that we can create a fully functional chat application. To connect this backend with our frontend, let me close these files. So right click and select close saved. After that let's open this sidebar, and from here we will collapse this server. And let me show you the terminal. In this terminal you can see our backend is running. You can see this message, server is running on port 5000. It means our backend is running, correct? And in this terminal our front end is running, correct? So hide this terminal, or let me keep it open. And this is the terminal for front end where our front end project is running. So let me stop it. We'll add Ctrl+C. Yes, you can see we are in the chat app /client directory in this terminal. And here we have this client folder. So in this client folder, that is the front end, we need new packages, like we will install the Axios. Using that we can make the API call. Then we'll add the React hot toast. Using that we can display the toast notification, and we will also add socket.io client. Using that we can enable the real-time chat messaging. So here in this front end we'll add the new packages. So just add npm install, and here let's add the package name React hot toast. After that we'll add Axios, then we'll add socket.io -client. So we will install these packages React hot toast, Axios, socket.io -client. Now press enter. After that we will start the front end using npm run dev. So you can see our front end is running at this localhost 5173. Now let me hide this terminal, and if I open this package.json, here you can see we have this socket.io client, then React hot toast and Axios, right? Now let's close it, and after that we will create a folder in this client folder. So let's create a new folder called context, and in this context folder we will create the context file where we will store the logic like function and a state variable that will be used on entire application. So this will be the central store. So here we'll create a new file with the name authcontext.js, or we'll add JSX. So we have created authcontext.jsx file. Here we'll add all the state variables and functions related to the authentication. So in this one, first we need the backend URL, and our backend is running at port 5000, right? So let me come here in this client folder, and in this client folder we will create a new file that is .env, right? We have created .env file in the client folder. In this env file we will add one new environment variable that is wheat_backend_URL, and here we will add our backend URL that is localhost port 5000. Our backend is running at this URL, right? So we will provide the backend URL so that we can make the API call. After adding this backend URL, let's come back to the auth context, and here we'll create the context using create context hook. So here let's add export const auth context equal to create context. So the create context has been imported from React package, right? Now here we'll create the auth provider function. So just add export const auth provider, and it will be one arrow function. Now in this parameter we will get children like this, correct? Now after that, here we'll create one object. So just add const value. We will create the value object, and after that here we'll add the return statement. So in this one we'll return one tag. So just add auth context dot provider, add this opening and closing tag, and within this we will provide this children that is available in the parameter like this. Now in this tag we have to add the value, so we will pass the value object here, right? Now whatever a state variable or function we will add in this value object, we can access it in any other component using this context. And in this one we will add our backend URL also. So here let's add const, we will add the backend URL, and we will import the backend URL from the environment variable. So just add import dot meta dot env dot, then provide the environment variable name that is wheat backend URL. So we have added the backend URL here. After that we will add this backend URL in our Axios as a base URL. So here just add Axios. We have to import the Axios first. So here in the first line we'll add import Axios from Axios package. After that we'll add Axios dot defaults dot base URL equal to our backend URL. That's it. After that we'll come here in this value object, and in this one we will pass the Axios. So we can access this Axios in any other file, but for that we have to add the support of this auth context in our main file, that is main.jsx, right? So let's open this main.jsx, and here we will import the auth provider. So here just add import. We will import the auth provider from context folder auth context.jsx file. Now we will wrap our app component using this auth provider. So here let's add this auth provider tag, opening and closing tag like this, and within this we will provide this app. So first we have the browser router, and inside that we have the auth provider, then we have the app like this. Now let me come back to the auth context.jsx file again, and here we'll create some state variables that are used for entire application. So here above this value object we will create that variables. So here let's add the first variable, that is a state variable with the name token, and the setter function name is setToken, equal to, we will add the use state. Use state has been imported from React. Now here we'll initialize it with the token available in the local storage of web browser. So we'll add the local storage dot get item and provide the name, that is token. So if there is any token available in the local storage, it will get stored in this token state. After that we'll create new state variable. So just add const, and the state variable name is auth user, and setter function is set auth user, equal to use state, and in this one we'll add null. By default the authenticated user will be null, and whenever we will log in, then we'll make it true and we'll store the user data here in this auth user using this setter function. After that we'll add new state variable. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add the state name, that is online user, and the setter function name is set online users, and initialize it with empty array. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add another state, that is socket, and setter function name is set socket, and here we'll add use state and initialize it with null. So we have added these state variable, right? Now we will pass it through this value object. So here in this value object we will add comma and provide this auth user. After that we'll add online users, then we'll provide the socket. After that we'll add the functions, then we will export the function using this value object, right? So first we'll create the function that will check whether the user is authenticated or not. So here we'll add the comment, check if user is authenticated, and if so, set the user data and connect the socket. So first let's create a function check auth. It will be asynchronous arrow function. Now we'll add the try catch statement here, and in this try block first we will make the API call. So just add await axios dot get, and here we'll add the path to check the user authentication. So just add path, that is /API/auth/check. That's it. After that we'll get the response data. So here we'll add const data equal to await and this axios. So we'll get the data here. After that we have to check this response data. So we'll add if statement. If the data.success is true, so in that case we will use the setter function set auth user, and here we'll provide the data.user. That's it. And if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add the toast notification. So to use the toast notification, first we'll come to this app.jsx, and in this app.jsx first let's import the toaster. So we'll add import curly braces toaster, and let's import this toaster from React hot toast like this. After that, we will add this toaster tag inside this div. So inside this div, before this routes tag, let's mount this toaster tag. That's it. After that, we will come back here in this auth context.jsx file, and in this one also we have to import the toast. So scroll up, and here we will import toast from React hot toast. Correct? And after that, we can use this toast notification in this catch block. So here in this catch block, just add toast dot error, and here we will provide this error and dot message. That's it. So it will set the user with this data, that is the user data coming from the API response. So it will check the user is authenticated or not. But we have to execute this function whenever we open the web page. So for that, we have to use the use effect hook. So here, let's add a space use effect, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll add the dependency array like this. Now in this one we'll add if statement, and we'll check if we have the token. So in that case, we will simply add this axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and here we'll add this token. We'll add this token key equal to token state. That's it. So it will add this token for all the API request made using Axios when the token is available in the local storage. After that, we have to execute this function, that is check auth, right? So let's add it here. In this arrow function, check auth will be executed. After authenticating the user, we have to connect with the socket. For that, we will create a function. So here, before this use effect, let's create a function, and we'll add the comment first. So we'll add the comment connect socket function to handle socket connection and online users updates. So here, let's create the function called connect socket and create the arrow function. Here in this parameter, we will get the user data, and after that, here we'll add the if statement and write not of user data. So when the user data is not available, then we'll add the or operator, or the socket state dot connected. It means when the socket dot connected is false. So simply add return. Right? Now if any of this statement is true, in that case it will execute the further code. So here we'll add const, and we'll add variable called new socket equal to, we will use the socket client. So we will import it first. So just scroll up, and here we'll add import statement, import IO from, we will add this socket IO client. That's it. So from this socket IO client, we will import this IO, and after that, let's come here in this function, that is connect socket. So here we'll add new socket and equal to IO dot, we will not add dot, here we'll add IO and parenthesis, and here we'll add the backend URL. That's it. And after that, we'll add the object, and in this object we'll add the query, and in this query we will again add the object where we'll add the user ID. and in this user ID we will store the user data dot underscore ID like this. And after that, here let's add this new socket and we'll add this connect method, right? And after that, let's use the setter function set socket, and in this one we will provide this new socket. Next we will use this new socket, and here we'll add dot on, and then we'll add get online users, and after that we'll add comma, and here we'll add the object where we'll add user IDs, and after that here we'll add the setter function set online users, and in this one we will provide this user IDs. So this function will help us to connect with socket. Now we will call this function here once user is authenticated. So here after setting this set auth user, we will call that function. So let's add a space, we will add this connect socket, and in this one just add this data dot user, because in this one we have to provide the user data as argument. You can see here we have added this user data parameter, right? So we have created this function that will authenticate the user. After that we'll create the function using that user can log in or register. So after this function, let's add a space, and here we'll add the comment. Login function to handle user authentication and socket connection. So here let's add const login equal to one async function. Now in this one we need two data, that is a state, and we need the credentials also. So we will add credentials, and after that we'll add try catch statement. So we will use this login function for login also and for registration also. It means if I pass the login state, it will call the login API. If I pass the sign up state, it will call the sign up API, and we will pass the credentials also for login or sign up. So in this try block, let's add the API call. So just add const data equal to await, and we will use the axios dot post method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint. So just add the backticks, and here we will add the path slash API slash auth, and after that we will provide the state, either login or sign up. So here let's add $, curly braces, and provide this state, right? So it will call both login or registration API based on this state. After that we'll add the comma, and here we have to provide the credentials. So just add the credentials here. So it will make the API call, and after that we'll get the response. So here let's check the response. So we will add the if statement. We will add if the data dot success is true. So in that case we will use the setter function, that is set auth user, and here we will add the data dot user data, right? And after that again call the connect socket, and in this one we will provide this data dot user data, correct? Now let's add the axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and here we'll add the key, that is token, and after that in this one we will store the token that we will get from the API response. So just add the data dot token, correct? Now let's use this setter function, that is set token, and here also we will add the same thing, that is data.token. Correct. And after that we will store this token in the browser's local storage. So just add the local storage dot set item, and here we have added this token key, and then we'll add the token value. This is data.token. So this data will be stored in the local storage, and here we have used the get item that will get the token from the storage, and here we have used this set item that will set the token in the local storage. And after that we will display a toast notification after successfully login or sign up. So here we'll add this toast dot success, and in this one we will add the data dot message property. Now we'll add the toast notification in this catch block also. So here we'll add toast dot error, and it will be this error dot message. And let's add the else statement for this if. So here we'll add the else statement, and here also we will add this toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and it will be data dot message. That's it. So we have created the function. Using that we can either log in or sign up. After that we'll create the logout function also, so that user can log out from their account. So let me add the comment, that is logout function to handle user logout and socket disconnection. So to create it, let's create one arrow function called logout, and in this one let's add the local storage dot remove item, and here we have to pass the key. So the key is token. So when we will remove the token, the user will be logged out. Correct. And after that we will use the setter function set token, and in this one just add null. Then we will add the set auth user, and here also we'll add null. Next we will add this set online user, and here also we will add empty array. And after that let's add axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and in this one we will add the key name, that is token, and let's set it null. So just add equal to null. Correct. And after that we will display the toast notification, that is toast dot success, and in this one we will add the message, that is logged out successfully. Correct. And after that we will disconnect with the socket. So just add socket dot disconnect. That's it. So we have created the function. Using that user can log out. After that we'll create one more function. Using that we can update the user profile. So for that here we'll create a new function. So before that we'll add one comment. So here let's add the comment update profile function to handle user profile update, and here we'll create the asynchronous arrow function. So just create this function called update profile, and here we'll add the data, that is body, right? And after that we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will make the API call and we'll get the data in the response. So just add const data equal to await, and we will use the axios for API call. Here we'll add the put method because we have used this put to create the API endpoint, and here we'll add the path, that is /API/auth/update profile. After that here we'll add the data, so just add comma body. That's it. Now we'll check the response of this API call. So just add the if statement, and in this one we'll add if the data dot success is true. So if it is success, then in that case we will use the setter function, that is set auth user, and in this one just add the data dot user. And after that we will display a toast notification, so just add toast.success, and here we will add the message that is profile updated successfully. Correct. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add toast.error, and in this error we will add error.message. That's it. So we have created the function for user login and sign up for this function, and then we have created the logout function and profile update function. Now we will pass these functions using our value object. Remove this space and let's come here. So in this one we'll add the comma and provide this login, then we'll add the logout, and after that we'll add update profile. So now we can access these state and functions in any page or component. Now we will come back here in this app.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have mounted all the components like home page, login page and profile page. So here we will add the authentication. We will check the user is authenticated or not. If the user is not authenticated, then they cannot access this home page or profile page. First user will open this login page, and when the user is already authenticated, then they cannot open this login page. They can either go to profile page or home page. For that we will get this function that is check auth in this app file. So in this app file first we will get the function. So here before this return a statement, let's add const curly braces. We will get the auth user. We will get this auth user from here. We will not check this check auth, we will get this auth user because this function is already updating this auth user state. So we'll get this auth user here, and here let's add use context hook. So use context has been imported, and in this use context we'll provide the context name that is auth context. So auth context has been imported here. Correct. Now we have the auth user, and when this auth user is true, it means the user is authenticated. So let's use it here. We will come to this home route where we are displaying the home page. So in this one we'll add the ternary operator. First we'll add this auth user. It means when the user is authenticated, then they can see this home page. It is correct. Then we'll add the colon. It means when the user is not authenticated, then user will be redirected to login page, and for that we will use the navigate tag, and here let's add navigate. Let's click here. So the navigate will get imported from this React Router DOM. You can see this navigate has been imported from React Router DOM, and in this navigate we'll close this tag. So close this navigate tag, and here we'll add the to property. So just add to, and here let's add /login. We will add this path login. So whenever the user is not authenticated, they cannot access the home page. They will be redirected to login page. Now we'll add the ternary operator in this second route also. So here also we'll add this auth user ? It means when the user is authenticated, and here if I add not operator, it means when the user is not authenticated, then user can see this login page. Correct. And after that we'll add the colon, and here let's add this navigate. Just copy this, paste it here, and here we will update the path. It will be home path. So remove this login from here. It means when the user is authenticated, they will be redirected to home page. After that here we have the profile. So here also we'll add this auth user ternary operator. Just copy and paste it here, and when the user is authenticated, then they can see the profile page, and if they are not authenticated, then add colon and provide this navigate. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add the login path, right? So when the user is not authenticated, they cannot use this profile page, they will be redirected to login page. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Let's open our home page. You can see we are redirected to this login page, right? Because we have not created any account, we have not logged in. Let me try to open the home page again. I will remove this path and simply use localhost :5173. You can see we are redirected to this login page, right? Let me try to open the profile page. You can see we cannot access the profile page also. First we have to create an account or we have to log in. So now we'll add the functionality to create an account. So just come back and let's open this pages folder, and from here we will open this login page.jsx file where we have created the login form or sign up form. So in this one we'll get all the data from this form in these state, right? And we have to send the data on API, and we have already created the login function. So first we will get that login function here. So after this state, let's get the login function. So just add const curly braces login, and let's get it from the use context, and in this use context we'll add the auth context. You can see use context has been imported from React and auth context from context folder / auth context. Now we have the login function here, and let's come to this on submit handler function that will submit the form, right? So here in this one, first it will check for the state, and if the state is sign up, then it will set the submit data true and return. And after that, here let's add this login function, and in this login function we have to pass two arguments, that is a state and the data, that is email, name, password, bio, like that. So first we'll add the current state. So just add the current state equal to, let's add sign up. So if the current state is sign up, in that case we will provide this sign up. So it will call the sign up API, then we'll add the colon and provide login. So it will call the login API. After that we have to send the data. So just add curly braces, and here we'll add the full name, and after this full name we will add the email, then we'll add the password, and then we'll add the bio. After adding it, it will call the login function, and using that we can either create an account or we can log in. So after adding it, let's come back to the web page and let's try to create an account. Here we'll add the name GreatStack, then we'll add the email test1@test.com, then add any password and create account. Here we have to add the bio text, hi there, create account. Now you can see our account has been created and we are redirected to home page. So now we can access our home page, correct? Now let's try to log out, but for logout we have to add the function here, right? So we'll do it later, but before that we will set up this edit profile. So let's come back and come here in this pages folder and open this profile page.jsx, and in this one scroll up, and here we will get the function from our context. So here at the top, let's add const curly braces, we will get the auth user. So it will check the user is authenticated or not. So if it is true, it means the user is authenticated. After that, we'll call the function, that is update profile, and we will get the state and function from the use context and provide the auth context. Use context has been imported and auth context has been imported. Correct? After that, let's come here in this handle submit function. So first it will prevent the default behavior. It is correct. After that, here we will check whether the image is selected or not. So here we'll add the if statement and write not of selected image. So when we have not selected the image, then we will simply call the API. So just add await update profile, and in this one we'll add the full name. So just add the full name property, and in this full name property we will add the name state. After that we will add the bio, right? So we can update the name and bio when the image is not selected, and after that we will redirect the users on home page. So let's move it here. We'll remove it and paste it here. Correct? And after that we'll add return. That's it. Now suppose we have selected the image also. So in that case, first we have to send this image, and to send this image we have to convert it into base 64 image. So here let's add const. We will add render equal to new, then we'll use the file render like this, and after that here we'll add this render dot read as data URL like this, and in this one we will provide the selected image. Correct? After that, here we'll add this render dot onload equal to async, and create the function, and in this function just add const base 64 image equal to, we will add the render dot result. Correct? And after that we can send this image in the function which is here, update profile, right? So here let's call this function using await update profile, and in this one first we will add the profile pic property. So just add the profile pic, and here we will add the base 64 image. Correct? And after that we will provide the full name, that will be name state, and then we will add the bio. So it will update all three data, that is image, full name and bio, and after that again redirect the users on home page. So here we'll add this navigate and home path. That's it. So we have created this function. Using that, user can update their profile. After adding it, let's come here, and in this URL if I type / profile, or we can click here also, click on this 3 dot edit profile, so it will open this profile page. So now we can access the profile page, right? And from here we can update the name. So here you can see we have added the default name. Correct? So let me update this default name. So we'll come back here, and here you can see we have name a state. So in this name state we will initialize it using this auth user dot full name, and here we will add auth user dot bio. It is correct, and this selected image will be null. It is correct, and after that here in the right side we have this image. So in this one we have to add the CSS properties. So let me just copy it from here. Here we have this image where we have added, if the selected image is true, then we will add rounded full. So let me just copy this and come here in this image, and in this image let's add curly braces for all the classes. Like this, we will wrap everything in the curly braces. Here we will add the backticks and close this backticks, and at the end we will add $ curly braces and provide this selected image and operator rounded full. So it will be a circle when we select the image, like this. And let's see this value. Here we have the input value, then text area, it will be value, bio and name. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we are getting the correct name, that is GreatStack, and here we have the bio, hi there. Correct. After that, let me come back to the database also. So let's open the MongoDB database. From here we will open this clusters. Go to browse collections. And in this one we have this users. Let's open this users. So you can see here we have the user data, test1@test.com, then we have the full name GreatStack, then password, this is the encrypted password, and we don't have any profile picture. Then we have the bio, hi there. Correct. Now let's try to update it. We'll come here, and here let me choose any image. Here we will choose this image, and after that here we'll add the name. I'll add Avinash, and after that here we'll update the bio also, hi there, I am using chat app, like this. So we have updated the image, then name and this bio. Now I'll click on this save button. Now you can see the notification, profile updated successfully. Correct. After updating this, if I again open this edit profile, here we have this updated name, then we have the bio, and after that here we have to display the image in the right side. It is not updating. And let me check the database. If I come here, refresh it using this button. So now you can see the name has been updated. Here we have the updated bio text, and then we have the profile picture also, and in this profile picture we have the Cloudinary image, right, that is uploaded on Cloudinary storage. So we have the image URL, but we have to add this image in our page here. So to update it, just come back, and let's come here in this image where we have added this assets.logo icon. So here we will add space, and we'll add the OR operator, and before this OR operator we will add the auth user question mark dot profile pic. That's it. Save the changes, and let's come here. So in the right side you can see this profile picture. Correct. So it will display the profile picture here, and we can update it from this form. Let me change the image again. I'll choose another image, select and click on save. You can see profile updated successfully, and if I open it, here we have the updated image and we have the name and bio. Now let's come back to the home page. And here we'll add the function for logout. Here we have the logout text. So in this one we will add the logout function so that we can log out of this account. So let's come back. We will open this sidebar, and from here we will open this components and open this sidebar.jsx file. And in this one you can see we have added this p tag where you can see the text logout. So in this one we have to add the logout function. So here scroll up, and in this one we will get the logout function from our context. So just add const curly braces logout equal to use context, and in this one we will add the auth context. So auth context has been imported from context file, and then use context has been imported from React, and here we have the logout function. Now let's link it with this p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the onClick property, then we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll call this logout function. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. And now let me click here on this logout link. So now we are successfully logged out. You can see the notification also, logged out successfully. And now if I try to log in with the same account, I'll click on this login here and I'll enter the email ID test1@test.com, and we will enter the password and click on login. So now we can log in with the existing account and we can log out, right? And we can also edit the profile. So we have created the user functionality, like user can create an account, user can log in with the existing account, and user can update their profile. Now we will add the functionality. Using that, user can chat with other users, and before that we will display the users list in this left side. And when we will choose any user, then it will open this chat box to chat with this particular user, and in the right side we will display the profile of the selected user. For that, let's come back to the VS Code. To add the chat functionality, again we have to create a context file where we will store the data that will be used for all the components, like sidebar component, chat box, and profile component that is in the right side. So let's come here in this left sidebar, and in this context folder we will create a new context. So create a new file here and write the file name chatcontext.jsx. Now in this file we will create the context using create context hook. So just add export const chat context equal to create context, and create context has been imported from React package, correct? Now let's create one provider function. So we will add const and we will export this function. So we will add export const chat provider equal to, let's create one function. And here in this function parameter we will get children, and in this function we will add the return statement, and here we will return the chat context dot provider tag, like this. So just add this opening and closing tag. Let me add it in parenthesis like this. So here we are returning this chat context dot provider tag, and within this we will provide this children. Now with this chat context dot provider we can pass the values. So here we'll add the value object, and in this chat provider function, before this return a statement, let me add the value object. So just add const value equal to one object and provide this value here, so that when we add any data like variables or function in this value object, we can access that in any component. Next we have to wrap our app component using this chat context. So we will open our main.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have already added this auth provider. So inside this auth provider we will add the chat provider tag like this, and within this chat provider we will provide this app. Next, we have to import this chat provider from our context. So here let's add import, and we will add curly braces. Let's add the chat provider here, and we will import it from context folder /chat context.jsx file. So now we have wrapped our app using this chat content, using this chat provider and auth provider, and above that we have this browser router. So now we have the support of this chat provider in all the component. And now we will come back here in this chat context.jsx file, and here we'll create the states and functions that will be used on entire application. So here above this value object, let's add const, and here let's create one state variable with the name messages, and the setter function name is set messages equal to use state, and in this one we will store the messages for the selected user. After that we will add one more state, so we'll add const users, and setter function is set users equal to use state, and here initialize it with empty array. In this state we will store the list of users for left sidebar. After that let's add another state variable. So here let's add const selected user, and the setter function is set selected users equal to, we will add the user state, and in this one we will add null. So in this selected user state we will store the ID of user to whom we want to chat. It means when we will click on the user from the left sidebar, it will open the chat box for the particular user, and we will store that user ID here. After that, here we'll add another state variable. So let's add const unseen messages and set unseen messages equal to user state, and here we will add empty object. So in this one we will store the user's ID, and with that we will store the number of messages that is unseen for this particular user. So here we will store the key value pair, that is user ID and number of message that is unseen. After that, here we will import the socket and Axios that is created in the auth context. If I open the auth context, here you can see we have created this socket state, right? And here we have the Axios also, right? In the Axios we have added the base URL. So we want that Axios with base URL here in this chat context. So in this chat context, let's add const, then we'll add curly braces, we will get the socket, and after that we'll get Axios, and let's get it from the use context. Let's add use context, and in this use context provide the auth context like this. So you can see auth context has been imported, and then this use context is imported from React. Now we have all the data. After that we will create the function, using that we can get the users for our sidebar. So here we will add a space, and let's add the comment first. So we will add the comment function to get all users for sidebar, and here let's create one asynchronous function. We'll add a space, and here we will add get users and create the asynchronous function. Now in this function we will add the try catch statement, and in this try catch statement we will make the API call. Using that we can get the list of users for the sidebar. So here we'll add await Axios dot get method, and in this one we have to add the path of our API endpoint, that is /API/messages/users, like this. Now we will get the response from this API. So we will get the response data. So let's destructure this response data from this API response. After that, we will check this response data and we will check if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will add the setter function, that is set users, and in this one we will add the data.users that we will get from the response. So this will be the list of users that we can display in the left sidebar. After that, we'll add this setter function, that is set unseen messages, and here we will add the data dot unseen messages. We will get this data from the API response and we will store it in this state variable, that is unseen messages, correct? And here we will get the data in the form of key value pair, where we will get the user ID and number of messages. Now suppose any error occurs in the try block. In that case, we will execute the catch block. So in this catch block, we will add the toast notification. So just add toast, click here to import the toast dot error, and after that we'll add the error dot message. So we have created this function. Using that, we can get the list of users for our sidebar. After that, we have to create a function. Using that, we can get the messages for the selected user, right? So here we'll add the comment function to get messages for selected user. We have already created this API endpoint in the backend, right? So here let's create the function. We will add the asynchronous function here. So we have added get messages function, and in this function we have to get the user ID of selected user, correct? And after that, we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will make the API call. So just add await axios dot get method, and in this one we will add the path. So let's add the path. We will add the backticks /API/messages, and after that we'll add $ curly braces, and here we'll add the user ID, like this. After that, we will get the response data. So here we'll add const curly braces data equal to await. So now we have the response from the API. After that, we'll check this response and check if the data.success property is true. So when it is true, we will use the setter function, that is set messages, and in this one we will store the message that we will get from the API. So just add data.messages. That's it. Now in this catch block, we'll add the toast notification. So simply add toast.error, then error.message. So we have created the function. Using that, we can get the messages for the selected user. After that, we'll create the function. Using that, we can send a message to selected user. So we will add the comment here, function to send message to selected user, and let's create one asynchronous function here. So we'll add const send message and equal to asynchronous arrow function. Now here we'll add the message data in the parameter, because we will send this message to the particular user. So just add the try catch statement. In this try block, we will make the API call. So just add const, and we will destructure the response data equal to await, and add the axios dot post, and in this one we'll add the backticks, and here we'll add the API endpoint. So we'll add /API/messages/send, and after that we'll add $ curly braces, and in this API endpoint we'll add the selected user's ID. So let's add selected user _ID. So we will call this API endpoint, After that, at this API endpoint, we have to send the message data. So we'll add the comma, and here we'll add this message data that we are getting from the parameter. Let me add it after this backticks. So after this backticks, we will add comma and provide this message data. After that, we will get the response here in this data, and now we will check this response. So here we will add if statement, and in this if statement we'll add if the data.success is true. So when this data.success is true, in that case we will store this new message data that we will receive from the API. We will store it in the messages state. So here we'll use the setter function set messages, and in this one let's add the arrow function, and here we'll add the previous messages in this parameter. After that, here we'll add the array, and in this array we'll add a spread operator and use this previous messages, and in this one we will add the message that we will receive from the API. So just add data dot new message property, right? After that, suppose this data.success is false, so here we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, it will be data.message, and we'll add the toast notification in the catch block also. So here we'll add toast.error, and it will be error.message. That's it. So we have created the function. Using that, we can send message to the particular selected user. After that, we'll create another function. So here we'll add the space, and let's add the comment function to subscribe to message for selected user. It means we will subscribe the messages. Using that, we will get the new messages instantly in real time. So here let's add the arrow function. We'll add const subscribe to messages and create the arrow function, and here we'll check if not of socket. It means the socket is not connected. In that case, we will simply add return. That's it. Now suppose this socket is connected, so in that case we'll add socket.on, and here we'll add the new message. So when a new message will emit on the socket, then we will get that message here. So let's add the arrow function here, and in this parameter we will get that new message, right? And after that we have to check. We'll add the if statement, and let's add the selected user when the selected user is available, and with that the new message dot sender ID. We will get the new message, and with that there will be a sender ID, and if the sender ID is equal to the selected user's ID, so just add selected user dot underscore ID, right? It means the chat box is open for this selected user. So in that case, simply add new message dot scene property, and let's make it true, right? Because the chat box is already open for this user. After that, we will use the setter function set messages, and in this one we will add the arrow function, and here we will add the array, and here just add the spread operator. In this parameter we will get the previous message, and here we'll add a spread operator and previous message, and after that we'll add the new message. So it will automatically add this new message in this message state when we emit any new message in the socket. After that, we will make the API call to update the scene property. So let's add axios dot put, and here we will add the API endpoint. So just add the backticks /API/messages/mark, and after that here we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the new message dot underscore ID. So for this particular message, the scene property will be marked as true, right? Because the chat box is already open. Now let's add the else statement. Suppose a new message occurs, it means a new message emits on the socket, but the message sender ID is not equal to this selected user ID. So in that case, we will add a unseen message. So just add the setter function set unseen messages, and here let's add the arrow function. So in this arrow function we will return one object. So let me remove this curly braces. We will add the parenthesis, and within this we will add the object, so it will return this object, right? Now here we will add the previous unseen messages in this parameter, and here in this object we will spread this previous unseen messages. Then we will add comma, and let's add new message dot sender ID. We will add the sender ID, and after that we'll add colon, and here we have to store the number of messages. So first we will check if there is any unseen message for this user or not, and if it is already available then we will increment the number by 1, and if there is no unseen message for this sender ID then we will add 1. So to add it, here we'll add the previous unseen messages, and in this one we will add the new message dot sender ID. So we will check for this sender ID. We will add the ternary operator, so just add question mark, and here just add the previous messages, that is previous unseen messages. And in this one let's add the new message dot sender ID. So we will get the number of messages for this sender ID, and in this one we will increment the number by 1, so just add +1. That's it. Then we'll add colon. Suppose there is no message, there is no unseen message for this user ID, then we will add 1. That's it. After that we have created this function, that is subscribe to messages, that will subscribe the messages, and whenever a new message emit on the socket then it will be instantly displayed on our chat box. After that we'll add a new function. So here we'll add the comment function to unsubscribe from messages. So here let's add const unsubscribe from messages. It will be one arrow function, and after that we'll add the if. We will check if this socket is connected. Then let's add socket dot off, and in this one just add this new message, so it will unsubscribe from the message. After that we have to execute this function, that is subscribe to messages, and this unsubscribe whenever we open the web page. So here just add use effect, and in this one just add this arrow function, and after that we'll add the dependency array. Now here first we'll add this subscribe to messages function. It will execute it, and after that we will add return. In this return we will add one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call this unsubscribe from messages. That's it. Now we have to execute these functions when we connect or disconnect the socket. So just add the socket, and also we will add selected user. So whenever this selected user changes, then these functions will be called. Correct? Now let's pass all these functions and states using this value object so that we can use it in any component. So first we'll add the messages state. After that we'll add users, that is all users list for the left sidebar. Then we'll add the selected user. Then we will call the function, that is get users, and after that we will pass the set messages. Then we will pass the send messages or send message function, and after that we'll add set selected user setter function, and after that we will pass the unseen messages state and setter function, that is set unseen messages. So now we have completed our chat context.jsx file where we have added all the useful state and function. Now using these functions we can display the list of users in the left sidebar. So let's open the sidebar here and just open this components folder and open this sidebar.jsx file, and here we will call the function that will display the list of users in the sidebar, and with that we will display the number of unseen messages also. In this sidebar.jsx file you can see we are getting this selected user and set selected user data from the props. So let me remove it and we will get these data from the context that we have just created. We have created chat context, right? And in this one you can see we have the selected user and set selected user, right? So now we can get it from here. So again come here in this sidebar.jsx file, and here let's add const curly braces, and we will get the get users function. Using that we will get the all users for left sidebar. After that we'll add the users where we have all the users list, and after that we will add the selected user. Then we will get the setter function, that is set selected user, and we will get it from use context. Use context has been imported, and after that we'll add the chat context. So chat context has been imported from context file. You can see it has been imported. Now in this one we'll get some other data also, so just add comma, and here let's get unseen messages, and after that we'll get the setter function, that is set unseen messages, like this. So you can see here we are getting these data from the chat context. After that here we have another context, that is auth context, and in this auth context we are getting the logout function, and with that we'll get one more state, that is online users. So let's get the online users list, correct, so that we can display the online and offline status for the users list in the left sidebar. After that, if I scroll down here, you can see we have this input field. Using that we can search for any user from this list. So in this input field we will add the onChange function, and using that we can store the input field data in a state variable. So let's create one state variable which is here. So let's add one state variable with name input, and setter function name is set input, and add use state and initialize it with false, right? Now whenever we will type anything in this input field, the data should be stored in that state. So just add onChange function. In this onChange we will add the arrow function. Here we will get the event, and here let's add the setter function set input, and here we will add e.target.value. So whatever we will type in this input field, we will get it in this state, in this input state, right? Now we have to filter the users using this input data. So here let's add const. We will add the variable that is filtered users equal to input. We will check if we have the input data or not. So if we have the input, then we have to filter it, and if we don't have input, then we will simply provide the users that we are getting from the context. So just provide this users like this, and here before this colon we will filter the data from this users. So just add this users dot filter. Now in this one we will add the arrow function, and this arrow function will filter the users. So in this one we will add the users one by one. So let's add the individual user from this list, and after that here we will check the user dot full name, and after that we'll add the two lowercase dot includes, and in this includes we will provide the input dot two lowercase. So if the full name includes the text that we have entered in the search box, then that users will be filtered, then that users will be stored in this filtered users variable. After that we can display the user list using this filtered users. So let's scroll down, and here you can see we are displaying the user from this dummy data. So instead of this dummy data we will add filtered users. That's it. And from here we can remove this one from the assets. That's it. After that here we'll add the use effect, and in this use effect we will add the arrow function. After this arrow function we will add this dependency array, and in this dependency array let's add online users. So whenever the online users changes, then we will call this function get users. So it will update the users list. After that we will use this online users data here to display the online or offline status. So scroll down, and here you can see we have added the index like this. So instead of adding this index less than 3, let me remove it, and here we will add online users dot includes, and in this one we will add this user dot underscore id. So it will add the online status, and if it does not include this user id, then it will display this offline status. After that here we have to add the circle with number of unread messages if there is any unread message. So here let me remove this index greater than 2, and here we will add unseen messages, and in this one just add the user dot underscore id. So if there is any value for this user id, then we will display this number. So here instead of this index we will add this one, just add unseen messages user dot underscore id. Let's add it here, and here we will add greater than 0. So if the unseen messages is greater than 0, then only we will display this unseen messages number. After adding it, save the changes, and now we have to remove this props from this home page. So we will open our homepage.jsx file, and in this one you can see we are passing the props, that is selected user and setter function set selected user in this sidebar. Just remove it like this. After that we will come back to the web page. So here you can see in the left side we don't have any user, because right now I have just created a single user. Now let me try to create a new user, then that user list will be displayed here. So here I'll log out from this account, and after that I'll create a new account. So here we'll add the full name. I'll add GreatStack 2, and here we'll add email ID test2@test.com. Then we'll add the password, and let's click on create account and add any bio. Hi there, and create. So now account has been created, and you can see here we have a new user and one user is already logged in, and right now you can see the status is offline, right? Because we have already logged out from this account, correct? Now let me try to log in with previous account in another tab. So let me open this URL in another browser. And here we will open this link, and here let me sign in with previous account test1@test.com and enter the password and login. And here you can see we are getting the second user in this account, that is GreatStack 2, and a status is online. And if I come back here, in the previous one you can see here also the status is online, correct? So this is how we can display the users list here, and with that we are displaying the online or offline status, and from here we can search the user also. So right now we have only one user, so I'll get the same user here, nothing else. And if I type anything else like John, so you can see if I type John and there is no user with this name, then we are not getting any user list. And if I remove it, now we'll get the complete user list. So we have created the feature for this left sidebar, and after that we'll add the functionality in this chat box, so that when we select it, it will open the chat box, and from there we can chat with users. So let's come back to the VS Code. So in this homepage.jsx, you can see we have mounted the chat container, and in this chat container also we are passing the props. So remove these props. Simply we will mount the chat container, and after that we will open this chat container from this components and chat container.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we are getting the data from the props, so remove it, and here we'll get these data from the context. So let's add const curly braces, and in this one we will get the data using use context, and in this use context we'll add the chat context. So the chat context has been imported, right? Now let me duplicate it, and here we will get some data from the auth context also. So here we'll add auth context. So auth context has been imported. Now from the chat context we will get the messages, because we have to display the messages here. After that we'll get the selected user, and we will also get the setter function, that is set selected user, correct? After that we'll add the send message function. We have already created this send message function, so we will import it here, and after that we'll add the setter function set messages like this, and we will get it from the use context. Let me move it in the new line so that you can see clearly. After that, here we are getting the data from the auth context, and from the auth context we will get the auth user. So we will get the authenticated user data, and after that we'll get the online users data. So just add online users state. So now we have this data from the context. After that we will create one input, that is the input state, where we will store the messages when we type in the input field. So just add const, and here we'll add the variable name input, and the setter function name is set input and equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string like this. After that, let's add this input state here in the input field. So scroll down. Here we have the bottom area where you can see this input, right? So in this input, we will add the state. Using that, we can get the messages that is written in this input field. So here let's add onChange, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function, and in this one let's add the setter function, that is set input, and here we will get the event in the parameter, and here let's use this event dot target dot value property. After that, here we'll add the value, and in this value we will add this input. That's it. After that, here we'll add on key down, and here we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we'll get the event, and here let's check for the key. So we'll add e dot key equal to enter like this. So if the key is entered, in that case just add question mark, and here we'll add the function that will be called when we submit this message. So just add any function name here, handle send message, and in this one just add this event, and after that we'll add colon null. If the key is something else, we'll add null, right? Now we'll add this handle send message function in this icon also, that is the send icon. So here we'll add on click, and in this on click just add this handle send message, so it will send the messages, correct? Now we have to create this function, using that we can send the message. So scroll up, and here before this use effect, let's create this function. So just add const handle send message equal to async, and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one we will get the event. Now before this function, let's add the comment also, that is handle sending a message. So here we'll add e dot prevent defaults, so it will prevent the default behavior, and after that we'll add the if statement, and here let's add the input dot trim, so it will remove the extra space, white space before and after the message that is written in the input field, and after that we will check it. So if it is empty string, in that case we will not send the message, so simply add return null. That's it. Now suppose we have the input data in the input fields. In that case we will send this message on API, so just add await, and we will call the send message function, and in this one we will provide the text, and here just add the input dot then add trim, so it will remove the white space before and after the text. After that we will clear the input field, so just add set input, and here we will add empty string. That's it. So after that it will handle the form. Using that we can send the messages, and messages will be sent on the API. After that we have also added the feature to send the image in the chat. So for that we'll create a function. So let's create a function. So we'll add handle sending an image, and here let's create that function. So we have created one asynchronous arrow function with the event in the parameter, that is handle send image. Now in this one we will add const, then write file, because we are uploading the file here. Here we'll add e dot target dot files, and here we'll add index 0. right? And after that we will check if we don't have the file or the selected file is not same as the image. It means the selected file is not the image type. So just add not of file dot type dot starts with, and in this one just add image slash. So file type not start with image slash. In that case simply add the notification. So just add toast. We will import the toast dot error, and here we will add the message, that is select an image file. If you select any other file type, then we will see this notification, and after that simply add return. Now suppose we have selected the image type, then we will send that image on the API. So here let's add const. Here we'll add reader equal to new file reader, correct? And after that here we'll create this reader dot on load end, and in this one we'll add the asynchronous function, and here we'll add await. Then we will use this send message. In this function we will provide image, and in this image let's add this reader dot result. That's it. Now to execute this on load end, here we'll add reader dot read as data URL, and here we'll add file. That's it. Now after sending this message we will clear the selected image. So we'll add e.target dot value, and here in this value we'll add empty string. So it will clear the selected image after sending the image on API. Now we will link this function with our upload image icon. So scroll down and let's see the bottom area, and in this bottom area you can see here we have this input type file, right? So in this one we'll add on change, and in this on change simply add this handle send image. That's it. So we have added the functionality for this upload image and sending the message. Next we have to display the messages, right? And to display the message, let's come here and let's start with this div. And in this div you can see we have the selected user, right? So when the selected user is available, in that case only we will render these div. After that here you can see we have this name, and here we have the image of that user. So here let's add image src. Let's add the selected user dot profile pic, and if it is not available then we'll add the or operator and just add assets dot avatar icon, like this. After that here we'll add the name. So just add curly braces selected user dot full name property. So it will add the full name. After that here we have the image. So in this image we have already added this setter function set selected user null, correct, because it is a back arrow icon. And before that we have the span tag. Using that we will display the green dot when the user is online. So we have to check the status whether the user is online or not. So before this span tag we'll add curly braces, and in this one just add online users dot includes, and in this one we will add the selected user dot underscore ID. So if this user is online, then only the green dot will be displayed after their name, right? And it will display the user's name, then online status. After that, we have to display the messages. Right now we are displaying the dummy data in the messages, right? So here we have to display the messages from this message state, and we have to call this function also, that is this get message, whenever we will open this component. For that we'll use the use effect. So before this use effect, let me add another use effect, and in this one let's add the arrow function, and here let's add if. We will check if the selected user is available. In that case, just add the get messages, and in this get messages we will add selected user dot underscore ID, like this. And here after this function we'll add this dependency array, and in this dependency array just add the selected user. So whenever the selected user changes, then again it will call this get messages function, correct? And here we have this scroll effect. So it will again scroll the web page whenever the new message comes. So whenever there will be any changes in the messages state, then it will execute this and it will scroll the web page. And in this if statement we'll add the AND operator, and here also we'll add this messages. So when we have the messages, then only it will scroll the chat box. So now let's scroll down and see where we have listed the messages. So here we are using the dummy message data from the assets, so remove it, and here we'll add the messages state, and here we will use the map method and we will get the individual message and index number, correct? And after that we will display this div, and in this div we are using this message.senderID is not equal to, and let me update it. Here we will add the auth user dot underscore ID, right? This is the authenticated user. So let's copy it and scroll down. You can see here we have the message.image. So if there is any image available, that image will be displayed here, right? And after that, here we have the p tag. So in this p tag, again you can see we have added message.senderID is equal to. In this equal to, we will check this auth user dot underscore ID. So if it is equal to this one, then we'll add rounded bottom right none. That's it. After that, let's scroll down. Here you can see again we have this message.senderID, and we will compare it with the auth user dot underscore ID, right? And after that, if it is same, then here we'll add auth user question mark dot profile pic, and then we'll add the OR operator. So if the profile pic is not available, we'll remove this angle bracket from here, auth user question mark dot profile pic, and if it is not available, then it will add this assets dot avatar icon. If the sender ID is not equal to this auth user, then we'll add this selected user. So here let's add a space, we'll add selected user question mark dot profile pic, and after that we'll add the OR operator, and here also we will use the assets dot avatar icon, like this. We will update this line, and after that Let's save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. Now let me refresh this web page. Now if I click on this user, we are getting the white screen. Let me check it. If I open this chat context.jsx file, in this one you can see in this value object we have exported this set messages, but here we have to export the get messages function. Just add this get messages, because in this chat container you can see we are importing this get messages from the chat context. Update these changes. Now let's come back to web page and click on this user. So now you can see the chat box is open here in the right side. Correct? Now in this chat box we can write any message. So let me write hello and click on enter key. So it will send this message. Now you can see this message is added here. Right. Now let me come back here in the another window. So in this one you can see here we have another user, and for this one you can see we have unread message like 1. You can see the number of unread message 1. Correct? Now if I come back here again and write some other messages. How are you? Are you there? Like this. So we have added 3 messages. Now if I come here, you can see it is updating this number of unread messages. Now if I open this chat, you can see we can see all the messages, and after that here we have the user's name, right? And if I come back here, we have these messages that we have sent, and now the unread message should be removed here. We'll check it, and let me send the message from here also to the sender. So let's add hi, I am good. So you can see the sender's image here. Correct? And if I come back here, we have this message. So number of unread message is not updating here. To fix it, let's come back. Let's open this sidebar and collapse this client, and we'll open this server folder. In this server folder, we have created this message routes.js file. Let's open it, and in this one you can see we have created this route, and here we have missed this / before this mark. Let me add this / mark. Now save the changes, so it will automatically restart the backend. That's it. Now close it, and after that we'll come back to the front end, that is our client folder. So now if I come here and let's send any message from here, hello, and let's come here in the another tab. You can see here we have one unread message, and if I open it again, this unread message is 1. So let's fix it. So we have to update this seen messages when we select any new user or we click on this selected user. So let's come here and we will open this sidebar component. We will open sidebar.jsx file, and in this one we have the users list. Let's see where we have added the users list. You can see we have the filtered users, right? And after that here we have the div where we click and we can select the user, and after that here we'll add the comma, and here we will use the setter function set unseen messages, and in this one we will add the arrow function with previous data in the parameters. So just add previous and create the arrow function, and after that here we will return this parenthesis, and in this one just add one object, and in this object just add a spread operator previous, and after that we'll add array, and in this array we will add the user ID So just add the user dot underscore ID, and for this one let's add the unseen messages count 0. That's it. Just update this, save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see the number of unseen message is 0 here and here also. So we have created this chat functionality. Now let me try to send the image also in this chat box. So I'll click here. From here I'll choose this image, click on open. So you can see this image has been uploaded. And if I come to the previous user, here also you can see this image has been uploaded, right? So like this we can send the message also and we can send the image also. After that, let me check these messages in the database. So we will open our MongoDB database and here we'll open this messages. And here you can see all the messages are getting saved with sender ID, receiver ID and message text. And then we have the scene property and time. Let's scroll down and here you can see we have the image also with message ID, sender ID, receiver ID and image URL, scene property true and time. So all the messages are getting stored in the database, and when we send the message from one user to another user, the another user is getting the message instantly in real time using the socket.io. So now we will create our right sidebar where we will display the selected user's profile pic, and we will also display the image that is used in their chat box. So let's come back and let's come here in the app.jsx, or we will open our home page. In this home page you can see we have mounted this right sidebar, right? And here we are passing the data from this props. So let me remove this props. We will simply mount the right sidebar, and in this one we are using this ternary operator, that is selected user. So here we need the selected user data. So we will get this selected user data from the context. So here just add const curly braces. We will add the selected user and let's get this selected user from the use context, and in this one just provide the chat context, because in the chat context we have added the selected user. That's it. After that, let's open this components folder, and in this components folder we have this right sidebar. So now we will add the functionality in this right sidebar. In this right sidebar component you can see we are getting the selected user data from the props. So let me remove it and we will get it from the context. So add a space here, and here let's add const curly braces. We will get selected user and we will also get the messages, because from the messages we have to extract the images, equal to use context, and in this use context we will provide the chat context. So the chat context has been imported, right? Now after that, here we have a logout button also. So we will call the logout function. So we will add const curly braces. Let's add logout, and we will also get the online users data. So just add online users and let's get it from the use context, and in this one we will add the auth context. Auth context has been imported. After that, here we will add one state. So just add const and write the state variable name message images, and the setter function name is set message images, equal to use a state and initialize it with empty array, because in this one we will store all the images URL that are sent in the message, right? After that, here let me add the comment, that is get all images from the messages and set them to the state. It means we will extract the images that is available in this messages and we will store them in this message images array. So here let's add use effect, and in this one we will add the function, and here we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add the messages. It means whenever the messages changes, it will execute this function. Now here we will add the setter function set images, and in this one let's add the messages, and here we'll add filter. So it will filter this message data, and in this filter let's add the arrow function with individual message in the parameter, right? And here we'll add the message dot image property. So if the message has the image property, that will be filtered, right? And after that, here we'll add the map method, and in this map again add the arrow function with individual message in the parameter and create the arrow function, and here we'll add the message dot image property. So from this image property it will extract the image URL, and all the images URL will be stored using this setter function in this message, that is message images state. Now we can use it to display the images list in our right sidebar. So after that, scroll down, here you can see we have already added this selected user. If it is true, then only this div will be displayed, right? And after that, here you can see we have to display the profile pic. It is correct. And if the profile pic is not available, then we will display the avatar icon, right? Then we have the h1 tag where we will display the user's name. So we have added selected user dot full name, and before that we have this p tag, and using this p tag we will display the green icon. It will display the user is online or not. So this green dot will be displayed whenever the user is online. So again add curly braces here before this p tag and just add online users, then add dot includes. So if the online user list includes the particular selected user ID, so just add includes, and in this one we'll add selected user dot underscore ID, right? And after that, here we'll add the AND operator, and let's add this p tag before this closing curly braces. So let's move it here like this. So we have wrapped this p tag in this curly braces and we have added this AND operator. So it will add the online status using the green icon. Then we have the user bio, and after that we have the media, and in this media you can see we are getting the dummy images. So let me remove these dummy images, and here we will use the message images array, and using that it will display the images. And after that, here we have the logout button. So in this logout button we will add on click and add the arrow function, and here we will call this logout function. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So now you can see in the right side we have the selected user's profile picture, then online status, their bio, and media that is sent in the chat, correct? And if I come to the another user, here also you can see the user's profile picture, that is the avatar icon. Then we have the user's name and online status is there, and this is the bio, and then we have the media. It is working fine, correct? Now let me try to log out from here. I'll click on this logout button. So we have successfully logged out. Now let's go back to the previous account. So now we are in this account, and here you can see The status is offline here, and in the right side also the status is offline, but still here we have the green dot in this chat container. So let me fix it. We will open the VS Code, and from here we will open the chat container.jsx file, and in this one you can see here we are displaying the user's name, that is selected user.fullname. After that we have added curly braces, online users dot includes this user ID, and then we have this curly braces. So just move this curly braces after this span tag, and here we'll add the AND operator like this. So whenever it is online, then only this green dot will be displayed. Just update these changes. Now just come back to the web page. So now you can see we don't have the green icon because this user is logged out. So finally we have completed our full stack chat application. Next we will deploy this application online on vercel. First we will deploy it on GitHub. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and let's close all these files. So right click, close saved, and open this sidebar. To deploy this project on GitHub, first in this folder, that is our project folder called chat app, in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name .gitignore, and in this one we will add node_modules. So it will ignore this node modules folder. After that we have to deploy this project on vercel also. For that, in our client folder and in the server folder we have to add the vercel config file. To get it, let's come back to the web browser and we will open this GitHub profile, github.com/greatstackdev. You can see the profile GreatStack dev. Here we will open nodes, and in this nodes you will find this vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open it, and in this one you can see we have the configuration for vercel.json file. So let's copy this name vercel.json and let's come here in our VS Code, and here we will open this server, and in this server folder we'll create a new file called vercel.json like this. And after that let's come here, and here we have the configuration for the vercel JSON config for Express backend. Let's copy it, this entire code, and paste it here. Then save the changes. That's it. Close it. Now let's come here, copy this name vercel.json and come to this client folder. In this client folder we will create this file vercel.json, and in this one also we have to add the configuration. So we will copy this configuration that is here for Frontend. So let's copy it, this entire code, and paste it here. That's it. So we have added the vercel.json config for both client and server. Now we can deploy it on GitHub. So just click on this source control icon, then click on initialize repository, and after that here we will add the message. First commit and click on commit button, then click on publish branch. So now it is asking for the repository type, so I'll choose this private repository and repository name is chat app. Let's click here. So it will start deploying this project on GitHub. You can see the notification in the right side, successfully published the repository on GitHub. Right now let me open my GitHub profile. Here you can see we have just deployed this project chat app on this GitHub repository, where we have this client folder, server folder, and .gitignore file, correct? Now after that we will come back to the vercel. So just open vercel.com, and here you need to create an account. I already have an account. I'll go to dashboard. So once you come to dashboard you will find this button add new. So just click here to create a new project, and from here select the repository. So I'll choose this chat app repository. I'll click on import, and first we will deploy the backend of our application. So here we'll add chat app dash backend like this. And after that, here we have to choose the root directory. So just click on this edit and choose this server. Because we are deploying the backend, so choose this server directory, click on continue. And after that, we have to add the environment variables. So expand this, and here we will paste the environment variables from our backend. So just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this server, then .env file, and from here let's copy all the environment variables and paste it here. So we have provided the MongoDB URI, JWT secret, cloudnary, and let me remove this port. It is not required here. That's it. After adding these environment variables, just click on deploy. So it is deploying our backend on vercel. Just wait for it. You can see the status here deploying. Now you can see this congratulations message. You just deployed a new project, right? And it is loading the preview. And we can go to dashboard using this button. Continue to dashboard. If I open this domain in new tab, you can see this backend server is not running. We are getting some issue. So let me fix it. We will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the server folder, then server.js file, and in this file you can see we have added this server.listen. So we have to add it whenever we will run the server on localhost. So let me wrap it in the if statement. We will add if process.env Node.env, that is node environment, and here we'll add not equal to production. It means the environment is not equal to production. Let's add the curly braces and move this code here in this if statement. So whenever we will run this project on local server, then only this line will be executed, and it will add server.listen on this 5000 port, right? And now here we'll add export default, and here simply export this server, and we are exporting this server for the vercel. So let me add the comment also. We'll add comment export server for vercel. That's it. Save the changes, and after that we'll come here in this client folder. In this one also we have to make one changes. In this client folder, if I come here in this src and app.jsx, here you can see we have added this URL, and in this one we are getting the image from the assets, so it will not work on the deployment. So let me add this image in the public directory. So we will come back to the folder. Let's open this project folder, and in this one let's open the client folder, then go to src assets, and in this assets we have this bg image.svg. Just copy this one and let's paste it in our public folder. So in this public folder we have added this bg image.svg. Now let's come back to the code, and here let's update it. Simply add /bgimage.svg in this URL. After that, save the changes, and let's update this code on GitHub. So just click on this source control, and here let's add the message server.js updated for vercel, and click on commit and sync changes. Now we have committed this changes. After that, let's come here and let's open this vercel, And here let's try to redeploy this project. So I'll come here in this deployments, and it is already redeployed, but before that we have to add the environment variable. So let's come to settings and now open environment variables, and in this one here we'll add a new environment variable. So just add node_env, right? And here we'll add the value production. That's it. Click on save. Now redeploy it. So just click on this button, redeploy. Then let's click on this button, redeploy. You can see deployment created successfully. View deployment. So here you can see the status. It is building. Now our project has been redeployed. And here we have this domain, right? Now let's open this domain in new tab. So here you can see we are getting this message cannot get, because on the root path we have not added any message. So let me check it. So here we'll add /API/status. If I press enter, you can see server is live. It means our backend server is deployed successfully. Next we have to deploy the front end. To deploy the front end, let's come back to the vercel, and here we'll go to dashboard. In this one, let's create a new deployment using this button. Just select project, and here use this repository chat app. Click on import, and here we'll add chat app in the project name. Then we'll choose the directory. So let's choose this client directory. Then click on continue. And after that, here also we have to add the environment variable. So let's add this environment variable here. So we will come back to the VS Code, and from here let's open our client folder, and in this client folder we have the .env file, and in this one you can see we have this Vite backend URL. Just copy it and paste it here. That is Vite backend URL, and here we have to add the backend URL that is deployed on vercel. So let's just copy this backend URL, right? Just copy and paste it here in this value. So you can see we have added the exact URL where our backend is running, and at the end we have the slash. So just remove this / from the end. It should end with .vercel.app. That's it. Then click on this deploy button. So it will deploy our front end. So just wait for a few seconds to deploy our front end. Now the front end is also deployed. Let's click on this continue to dashboard, and here you will find your domain link. Let's open it in the new tab. So now you can see this chat app is successfully running on this live URL. From here anyone can access this chat application. Here we can create an account or log in with existing account, and we can chat with any user. So here let me create a new account. We'll add test3. I'll add it in the email ID test3@test.com, and then we'll add the name here. Let's add the name GreatStack 3. After that we'll add the password and create an account. Here we'll add the bio. This is a new user, create account. So we can successfully create the account here, and in the left side you can see we have already 2 users, and right now these users are offline, and if I click on any user we can chat with this user, right? And we can send the message, hi, how are you? And click on send icon. So this message is sent here, correct? So like this we can chat with any user. Now let me try to log in this user in another tab. So let's open the same URL here, and here we'll log in with first account test1@test.com, and add the password login. So now we are logged in, and after that here you can see we have 2 users, and this user is online, and here we have received a new message. That's why here we are getting one unseen message. And if I come back to the previous account, you can see here we have the online status, right? Now let's open it. You can see we have this message from this user. And now we have unseen message 0. So finally we have completed our real-time fully functional chat application using React, MongoDB, Express and